Chapter 2609. Capturing Donghuang Diyuan? There were such grudges involved behind the death of Emperor Yi Qing. Speaking of which, if Yi Futian was the descendant of Emperor Yi Qing, or if he was related to Emperor Yi Qing, wouldn't it make him the enemy of the Devil Emperor? Hence, the Devil Emperor said that Yi Futian had come here seeking his death. Yi Futian said, before this, both the Dark World and the empty Divine Realm intended to ally with me. They wish to support me in standing up against the Divine Prefecture. If that's the case, the Devil Emperor could do the same. After all, the murderer who was directly involved was Donghuang the Great. Yi Futian was still somewhat skeptical of the whole story as he said this. Yu Sheng explained, the Devil World is covered by the Devil Abyss and has been suffering because of it for countless years. 400 years ago, when the worlds were in chaos, the troops of the Devil World invaded the Outer Realms. However, they were stopped by Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. Aside from these two emperors, most likely human ancestor and the Buddha did not agree to the invasion by the Devil World as well. The Devil World is both a prison and a seal. None of them wished for the population of the Devil World to escape from here. In the end, the turmoil ended with the death of Emperor Yi Qing. The Devil World also stopped invading the Outer Realms. Until recently, Yi Futian frowned as he listened to Yu Sheng's explanation. The grudges among the few top figures were even more complicated than he had imagined. All the forces were involved in it. Human ancestors from the human realm and the Buddha from the world of Buddhism were also involved. Even though the Devil Emperor had heaven-defying abilities, he could not fight against the will of the majority. The Devil World acknowledged Donghuang the Great's ruling over the Divine Prefecture and ceased attacking. This might be a balance achieved through the agreement of all the major worlds. Yi Futian was certain that in the past, the empty Divine Realm and the Dark World had their stance on this issue as well. They would not have observed idly. Only those top figures knew exactly what happened then. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. Emperor Yi Qing died in exchange for 400 years of peace. The worlds were no longer in chaos, and the war ended. The peace lasted until a prophecy was made known from the world of Buddhism. The changes of the worlds would begin with the original realm. Then, huge changes occurred to the original realm, and chaos once again surfaced. All the major worlds were eager to extend their influences. The forces from the empty Divine Realm and the Dark World appeared in the Divine Prefecture. The Devil Emperor also gave the order to invade the Divine Prefecture. Just as the Devil Emperor said, he invaded the Divine Prefecture and the original realm not just to rule over more people. The Devil Emperor wishes to invade the Divine Prefecture to be freed from the Devil Abyss? Asked Yi Futian. Yes, Yu Sheng nodded. The Devil World only joined the fight due to the preceding conflict between the empty Divine Realm and the Dark World against the Divine Prefecture. In terms of their attitudes towards the Devil World, the Buddha, human ancestor as well as Donghuang the Great are the same. Hence, the Devil World suffered many years of suppression. It might be due to this that the Divine Prefecture could not have two emperors. That means that between the two emperors, one of them had to die. Back then, human ancestor and the Buddha might have had a different opinion with the Divine Prefecture, said Yi Futian as he thought of this. In the past, if human ancestor and the Buddha had sided with the Divine Prefecture, there would have been 4 great emperors. They must have done so to preserve the balance of power, said Yu Sheng. For the Devil Emperor, his lifelong goal is to break free from the prison of the Devil Abyss and allow the Devil World to descend upon the other worlds. With such harsh environments in the Devil World, why haven't the cultivators of the Devil World moved to other worlds to cultivate? Asked Yi Futian. The faith of the cultivators of the Devil World is stronger than that of the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture as well as the other worlds. I believe that the faith of the people here is the strongest among all the worlds. When the Devil World declared war on the other worlds, everyone here participated. With a single command, billions of demonic sects across the lands became warriors of the Devil World, explained Yu Sheng. He had been cultivating in the Devil World for the past decades and came to know more and more about the place. An intense sense of belonging also grew inside of him. The Devil World was different from the Divine Prefecture. Hence, he had never thought of betraying the Devil World. If it weren't for the existence of Yi Futian, he would have certainly joined the war. Even for Yi Futian's sake, He had no intention of deceiving the Devil Emperor, instead choosing to come clean. He would rather be imprisoned here and withstand the catastrophes of the Devil Abyss. Yi Futian's heart wavered. The lifelong ambition of the Devil Emperor was to break out of this prison and free the members of the Devil World from their plight. Yi Futian had also seen the adoration the members of the Devil World had for the Devil Emperor. All of them had strong faith. At the same time, for the people here, the Devil Emperor held up the Devil Abyss with his power. Yi Futian had previously ventured to the Western world of Buddhism. Although the latter was slightly different from the Divine Prefecture, and their faith in Buddha was more zealous, the faith of the members of the Devil World was even stronger. The Divine Prefecture was the place that lacked faith the most. Although all the members of the Divine Prefecture admired Donghuang the Great and made martial arts prosper, the top forces all had their own agendas. The more powerful the cultivator or the force, the more they lacked respect and faith. What exactly is the Devil Abyss? Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at the sky. A destructive storm gathered above. It was akin to the eye of the Devil Abyss, staring down on them. According to legends, it is the catastrophe of the heavenly path. It was used to punish heinous sinners during ancient times. The entire Devil Abyss was a prison for sinners who offended the heavenly path. Yusheng raised his head, glanced at the sky, and continued. The power of the Devil Abyss that we experience now is but an insignificant fraction of its former might. He has been bearing the most terrifying power of the Devil Abyss alone. Sinners. Prison, Yi Futian mumbled. So, this Devil Abyss was the prison of the heavenly path from ancient times, and it could produce catastrophes of the heavenly path? If that were the case, ordinary people would be reduced to dust if they encountered the catastrophe. Even Yi Futian and Yusheng suffered great pain. As the two of them were talking, the destructive power flooded their bodies. Since they were both locked in place by the clasp, they could only endure the invasion of the power. The power intended to corrode both their flesh and their spiritual souls. 49 days. Can we make it through? Yi Futian asked as he looked at Yusheng. Right now, the power of the Devil Abyss is still relatively weak. Every day, the Devil Abyss will send down a catastrophe from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. 49 days means 49 catastrophes. Together, they form a catastrophe of samsara. Yusheng spoke with a low voice. He seemed to lack confidence. Even Yusheng, who was so powerful, did not think he could survive this catastrophe of samsara. So what? Yi Futian said as he stared at Yusheng. We have been through many life and death situations. We walked through the cycle of reincarnation. Now, we stand at the peak of the cultivation world. We are only a step away from reaching the highest level. Even if the catastrophe of the heavenly path can destroy everyone, it will not destroy you and me. Don't you forget about Godfather's words. Yusheng raised his head and looked at Yi Futian. Their eyes met, and they said in unison, born to be emperors. Existences who were born to be emperors were destined to be able to withstand all tribulations. Even the Devil Abyss could not do anything to them. As they said this, divine light flowed over Yi Futian's body. The light of Buddha burned brightly and was unmovable. Before the demon god palace, a jet-black figure appeared. He appeared ethereal and did not seem to be the figure's true body. This illusory figure bowed in the direction of the demon god palace. Then, the doors opened. The illusory figure walked in and headed straight towards the god seat. The god seat appeared somewhat blurry. This place was the seat of the highest authority in the Devil World. The most powerful existence and the most authoritative figure of the Devil World was seated here. He sat high and mighty as he was worshipped by the members of the Devil World. The illusory figure kept approaching. He could already see the god seat. To everyone's surprise, an ordinary elder was seated on the god seat instead of the peerless, domineering Devil Emperor like what one would imagine. The elder was crouched over, and his aura appeared somewhat feeble. He was even coughing. The elder on the god seat seemed frail and ordinary. He did not resemble a peerless demon. Your Highness, greeted the illusory figure as he bowed. Even though the elder appeared this way, the figure was still pious and respectful. He did not dare to dally. How are things? Asked the elder. Half of the North Cliff region has been conquered. The Divine Prefecture has sent their armies to provide aid. Donghuang Diyuan is personally supervising the battle. She intends to intercept the advance of our armies, the illusory figure reported. The daughter of Donghuang the Great, exclaimed the old man as he raised his head and stared into the distance. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp, and he ordered, "Here's a mission for you. Capture the daughter of Donghuang the Great and bring her to the Devil Imperial Palace. Sacrifice anything if needed." "Yes, Your Highness," said the illusory figure as he bowed. Dismissed. The Devil Emperor's voice turned weak again. "Your Highness," worried. The illusory figure looked at the Devil Emperor. "I'm fine." The Devil Emperor waved his hand and said, "The power of the Devil Abyss is growing stronger and stronger. The prophecy from the world of Buddhism is right. Huge changes are about to happen." Chapter 26:10. The Punishment of the Heavenly Path. On the demon-slaying platform, Futian and Yusheng were both locked in place by the clasps. From the Devil Abyss above, destructive currents continuously flowed down along the stone pillar and drizzled on them. Even the currents alone were difficult to deal with. Both Futian and Yusheng turned serious as they were withstanding it. Yusheng was garbed in demonic armor while Futian was surrounded by divine light. The light of Buddha shone brilliantly and relentlessly canceled out the power surging into Futian's body. Futian could sense many different colors mixed in the power which was charging into his body. There was crimson destructive power, purple light of catastrophe, and dark corrosive power. It was as though all forms of destructive power in the world surged into his body at the same time. Not only could the power destroy and corrode his flesh, but it could also cause significant damage to his spiritual soul. The light of Buddha contained strong purifying power. At the same time, the aura of the world tree circulated in his body. The inside of his body seemed to transform into a tree with a rich aura of life. This aura even overflowed towards Yusheng's body. "There's no need to help me," Yusheng said. "I can handle this." "All right." Futian did not insist on helping Yusheng. He retracted the aura and focused on withstanding the catastrophe. Yusheng had been in the devil world for so many years, and he received personal guidance from the Devil Emperor. Surely, he would have many formidable tricks up his sleeve. The Devil Emperor trained Yusheng, intending to make him the successor of the devil world. Since the former wanted Yusheng to lead the troops of the devil world, he would surely give his all when teaching him. Therefore, Yusheng's ability went without saying. This power is but a foretaste. The catastrophe that will descend from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. contains the destructive powers combined from all the previous attacks. It will pose a threat to us. Be careful, Yusheng warned. He raised his head to look at the sky and said, "It's coming soon." Futian nodded as he got ready to face the catastrophe. In the sky, a terrifying power was brewing deep within the Devil Abyss. It was like a pair of eyes. Its might was shocking. Crimson clouds of catastrophe, purple thunder raid, and dark demonic light. They coalesced as they were produced, forming an unparalleled might above the heads of Futian and Yusheng. Futian sensed everything quietly. This power seemed to be the most rudimentary catastrophe of the heavenly path. Futian felt that the aura emanating from it was somewhat familiar. It was similar to a type of power. However, he could not pinpoint exactly which part was familiar to him. This catastrophe was more menacing than the divine tribulations that he had experienced before. Naturally, its aura was also stronger than that of the divine tribulations he witnessed others going through. The catastrophes that he experienced were unique, to begin with. "The punishment of the heavenly path," exclaimed Futian internally. The Devil Abyss was a prison designed by the heavenly path for heinous sinners. Therefore, the catastrophes of the Devil Abyss were the punishments for the sinners. What exactly was the heavenly path? Did the heavenly path have its own conscience during ancient times? If that was the case, why did it collapse? For Futian, all these were still mysteries that were out of his reach currently. However, he was slowly coming in contact with some truths of the world. For example, he had already figured out the identity of Godfather, the background of Yusheng, and the cause of Emperor Yi Qing's death. He could already come in contact with things that happened in the past. When his cultivation reached a certain state, he would naturally get the answers he sought. If he became an emperor, all the secrets in the world would become known to him. Horrifying light of destruction descended from the eyes of the devil abyss. It actually transformed into crimson swords of catastrophe. Then, they charged downwards, heading straight towards Futian and Yushang. Rumble. Yushang and Futian's bodies were unparalleled. Their divine body and demonic figure roared and rumbled. Frightening crimson swords of destruction shot straight down and pierced through them. It seemed as though no power on earth could withstand its might. Sizzle. Destructive power rampaged in their bodies. Futian felt a destructive divine sword stab through his body. It was destroying all the power within him. Assuming that his body had become the divine tree and his limbs were the branches, the swords of destruction were frenziedly destroying the ancient tree and branches, shattering them into pieces. Futian felt his bones and muscles tearing apart. His limbs were attacked by the destructive power, and his organs were also destroyed. The terrifying power caused Futian to instantly collapse and feel weak. His body lost strength, but he was tied up in chains. He could not even collapse to the ground. Huff! Futian exhaled a long breath. He felt extreme pain. What was even more frightening was that the destructive power from before continued to eat away at him after the attack. It seemed to want to completely consume him, not leaving behind even a scrap. The punishment of the heavenly path. A thought surfaced in Futian's mind. This power was too terrifying. Even a person as strong as him was already reduced to this, yet alone others. If the Devil Emperor had not suppressed the Devil Abyss, what would the Devil World be like? What sort of pain would the members of the Devil World need to suffer? Was the Devil Abyss of the Devil World really just a prison of the heavenly path that had remained until now? The catastrophe dissipated. The power of life circulated in Futian's body and repaired his injured parts. After he regained a bit of energy, he raised his head to look over towards Yushang. Yushang was not better off than him. Yushang was also suffering from agonizing pain. His body drooped from the clasp lifelessly. If the clasp were not holding him in place, he would be flat on his stomach. "Are you all right?" asked Futian. His voice sounded hoarse, as though he was out of breath. "I'm fine," replied Yushang with his head down. "Okay." Futian did not say any more. He closed his eyes and began to heal his injuries quietly. His recovery ability had always been very powerful. He hoped that before 11 p.m. tomorrow, his body would be back in peak condition. On the demon-slaying platform, it was exceptionally quiet. Only the Devil Abyss in the sky was still constantly generating destructive energy. After a long while, Futian was gradually able to withstand the corrosion of the destructive power. He had also recovered much of his strength. Once again, he raised his head and looked at Yushang. Futian appeared somewhat pathetic, and his hair was disheveled. However, he revealed a smile and said, "This catastrophe is more useful than the divine tribulation of the great path in tempering the body and spirit." "You sure are daring to imagine such things," Yushang replied with his head lowered. His hair covered his face. "Why wouldn't I dare to do so?" asked Futian. "What doesn't kill us makes us stronger. It is the same for the Devil Abyss." Yushang clenched his fists tightly, causing the chains to clank. What didn't kill them would only make them stronger. His demon form would be refined once again by these 49 catastrophes. In the distance, a figure stood in the space above the demon god palace. His eyes pierced through space and looked in the direction of the demon-slaying platform. Everything that happened on the platform was under his surveillance. "This is only the beginning," the silhouette said in a low voice. There were 49 catastrophes. This was merely the first. He wanted to see how many catastrophes they could withstand and whether they would manage to survive all of them. If they could truly withstand 49 catastrophes, they would indeed become more powerful. Could they pull it off? The days slowly passed. On the demon-slaying platform, Futian and Yushang experienced life-or-death struggles every day. Chapter 26:11. A respectable opponent. Futian and Yushang had been suffering on the demon-slaying platform for a whole month. On the demon-slaying platform, they looked exhausted, their clothes in tatters. Futian became like Yushang. His hair was disheveled, his face was pale, and his body was covered in injuries. Even though Futian had rapid recovery speed, the power of the Devil Abyss invaded him constantly, causing him not to have a chance to recover fully. As days passed, both his flesh and his spiritual soul became more and more tired. The reason they could still hang on was that both he and Yushang were monstrous existences with powerful abilities. If others were here instead, they would most likely have already died on this platform. Nobody had ever left the demon-slaying platform alive. Just when the two of them were being tormented on the platform, a shocking occurrence took place in the Devil Imperial Palace, causing all the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace to be very excited. When the troops of the Devil World were fighting against the troops of the Divine Prefecture, Demon Sage captured Donghuan Diyuan, the princess of the Divine Prefecture and the only daughter of Donghuang the Great. Moreover, he brought her to the Devil World. Everyone in the Devil Imperial Palace was thrilled by this incident. Right then, in front of the Demon God Palace, the silhouette of Donghuang Diyuan appeared. Behind her, there stood several other cultivators who were all devil overlords. Among them, there was Demon Sage, a protector, and a devil general, who was also the top general at that. It was apparent how much importance was placed on Donghuang Diyuan. Capturing her this time was no easy feat. The gates of the Demon God Palace opened, and a voice called out from inside, "Enter." Donghuang Diyuan glanced inside. The look in her eyes appeared exceptionally calm, not showing any signs of panic due to her capture. Donghuang Diyuan stepped forward. Her red dress fluttered in the wind with peerless elegance. The few demonic cultivators did not follow her. Instead, they waited outside. Donghuang Diyuan entered the Demon God Palace. Her gaze turned towards the elder on the divine throne. She bowed and said, "Greetings, Devil Emperor. I am Donghuang Diyuan." As expected of the daughter of Donghuang, "You actually show no fear after seeing me," commented the Devil Emperor as he looked at Donghuang Diyuan. However, he did not release any pressure. As the dignified Devil Emperor, he naturally did not need to bully the daughter of Donghuang. "Are you not afraid of me?" he asked. Donghuang Diyuan replied, "I have heard Father mentioning Your Highness many times. Your Highness is an unparalleled figure. Father once said that among all the emperors, he respects you the most. Hence, I have always respected Your Highness instead of being afraid of you." The old man scoffed. "I did not expect the daughter of Donghuang to flatter me. But do you think that I will let you go because of your sweet words?" Donghuang Diyuan said, "Even though I am just a junior, I am the princess of the Divine Prefecture. I will not resort to lies. Father has indeed told me about you before. Human ancestor has been a benevolent great emperor since ancient times. The Buddha is a merciful great emperor who has compassion towards all living beings. Father dislikes the evil emperor because he is temperamental. Father also looks down on the leader of the Dark Court. As for Your Highness, you draw a clear line between your likes and dislikes, and you stay true to your heart. Father respects you the most." "I draw a clear line between my likes and dislikes, and I stay true to my heart?" The Devil Emperor burst into laughter as he repeated her words. "Donghuang's opinion about me is interesting. When the troops of the Devil World invade the Divine Prefecture, the demons will descend upon the world, and the catastrophes of the Devil Abyss will sweep over all the lands. I wonder, will Donghuang still respect me then?" Donghuang Diyuan replied, "Father said that both Your Highness and him have beliefs that you want to protect. There is no right or wrong. There is only success or failure." The old man's gaze was fixed on Donghuang Diyuan, seemingly wanting to see through her. He smiled and continued, "Why didn't Donghuang show up when my men captured you?" According to their agreement, by right, the great emperors would not be involved in the war between the two troops. However, the person that Demon Sage had captured was Donghuang Diyuan. She was the only daughter of Donghuang the Great. After all, if Donghuang the Great had intervened, it would be impossible for Demon Sage to bring Donghuang Diyuan to the Demon God Palace. Donghuang Diyuan said, "Your Highness, I admire you, to begin with. There's nothing wrong with me coming here to pay you a visit. Moreover, Father knows that you will not harm me." The Devil Emperor mocked, "You are rather confident. Prior to you, another person thought the same about me. He is currently on the demon-slaying platform beneath the Devil Abyss." "Who is he?" asked Donghuang Diyuan. Let me show you, said the elder as he got up. With a shift of his will, both of them immediately disappeared from the demon god palace and appeared in the sky above the demon-slaying platform. Up ahead, the destructive power of the devil abyss kept flowing down non-stop. Yu Shang and Yi Futian were chained on the demon-slaying platform. They were exhausted, but they were still trying hard to recover. Do you recognize these two figures? The Devil Emperor asked Donghuang Diyuan. I do, she replied. Do they have any connections to you? The Devil Emperor continued asking. It is all in the past. Father has put it all behind him, said Donghuang Diyuan. Doesn't Donghuang feel guilty? The Devil Emperor asked as he looked at her. He was somewhat curious. Legitimacy belongs to the victors. When we were in the original realm last time, Father had promised not to touch him for old time's sake, replied Donghuang Diyuan. Her expression was calm as usual, not revealing any emotion. That means that he is the orphan of Emperor Yi Qing? Asked the Devil Emperor as he looked Donghuang Diyuan in the eye. Your Highness, you already know the answer. Why bother asking me? Replied Donghuang Diyuan. The Devil Emperor smiled. He turned his gaze towards Yi Futian. He still had his doubts. Back when Donghuang the Great killed Emperor Yi Qing, he had been very thorough. Countless people and demonic beasts lost their lives. That storm was still fresh in the memories of the members of the various worlds. How could Emperor Yi Qing have possibly left behind an orphan? Had his brother taken the child away? Then, where was his brother now? I placed them on the demon-slaying platform to withstand the catastrophe of samsara. They seem to be at their limits now. However, there are still around 20 days left. Since Donghuang was so merciful to them and could not bring himself to kill them, why don't I resolve this future trouble for Donghuang? Asked the Devil Emperor. I am not qualified to interfere in your Highness' affairs, replied Donghuang Diyuan. Speaking of which, I don't really want to kill him. If the two of them become emperors in the future, they will certainly head over to Donghuang Imperial Palace to seek out your father and settle the grudge. I wonder what will happen then. Your Highness, do you think that father is concerned about these two juniors? Donghuang Diyuan retorted as she looked at the Devil Emperor. The Devil Emperor grinned when he heard her words. He admitted, even I have to admire Donghuang for his ability. I wonder whether he has improved after more than 400 years of training. As he said this, he turned to Donghuang Diyuan and challenged, if I attacked you, Donghuang would most likely come to the Devil Imperial Palace to meet me personally, right? The Devil Emperor was certain about this. Donghuang was rather confident. He actually did not make any move after his only daughter was captured. Was he so sure that the Devil Emperor would not harm Donghuang Diyuan? Of course, the Devil Emperor was well aware that if he really attacked her, Donghuang the Great would definitely directly descend upon the Devil Imperial Palace from the Divine Prefecture. Seeing that Donghuang Diyuan refused to answer his question, the Devil Emperor ordered, You will stay here and watch whether the two of them will perish under the catastrophes. After he issued the order, he vanished and left Donghuang Diyuan behind. The Devil Emperor disappeared from the sky and returned to his throne in the Demon God Palace. He gazed into the distance. His eyes were menacing as he was immersed in his thoughts. In the past, the two emperors in the Divine Prefecture turned against each other, and Donghuang the Great killed Emperor Yi Qing and the subordinates of the latter. Countless people, including many top cultivators, died tragically. The forces of the Divine Prefecture were significantly weakened following the death of Emperor Yi Qing. Then, Donghuang the Great wiped out everything that was related to Emperor Yi Qing. Nobody in the Divine Prefecture dared to mention the latter's name. It was as though he had never existed. This shocking event was witnessed by everyone, including the few great emperors from other major worlds. After Emperor Yi Qing died, the few parties came to a consensus, and peace was restored. Despite that, the Devil Emperor still had his doubts. After all, Donghuang was not an ordinary figure. Donghuang Diyuan claimed that her father had great respect for him. That being said, among all the remaining great emperors, the person that the Devil Emperor respected the most was actually Donghuang as well. Donghuang was unfathomable. Chapter 26:12. How to Choose. On the demon-slaying platform, Yi Futian and Yu Shang had already experienced 48 catastrophes. Today was the day of the final catastrophe. After today, The Devil Emperor promised to let them go free. Right now, on the demon-slaying platform, both of them were on the verge of collapsing. They appeared extremely frail. Yu Sheng's demonic armor was in tatters, and the aura on Yi Futian's body was weak. Their bodies were perforated. Nearby in the sky above, Donghuang Diyuan quietly watched the two of them. These past few days, Donghuang Diyuan had always been here. The Devil Emperor left her here to watch them, so she naturally remained here and did not leave. After seeing their miserable state these past few days, she was visibly moved. Each day, these two teetered on the brink of life and death. Yet, they had always managed to survive until the end. Even now, they were still holding on for dear life. She had seen many prominent figures. She had also encountered many top-level monstrous figures. However, she could not help but acknowledge that if anyone else were in their predicament, they would have perished without fail. "This is the final catastrophe," said Yi Futian with his head lowered. His hair was disheveled, and it covered his face. His voice sounded weak and feeble. Yu Sheng replied. Both of them had been through many life-and-death situations. After they made it through this final catastrophe, they would be able to survive. "Hang in there," Yi Futian whispered. "Okay." Yu Sheng nodded. After briefly conversing, the two did not continue talking. It was as silent as a grave on the demon-slaying platform. The destructive power continued to trickle down into their bodies. Both Yu Sheng and Yi Futian did not resist it. Or it could be said that they had no energy left to withstand it. They allowed the destructive power to invade and rampage their bodies, corroding their flesh and spiritual souls. Time passed slowly. In the sky, terrifying crimson light gathered in the eye of the Devil Abyss. Donghuang Diyuan looked in that direction. Even though she was standing away from the demon-slaying platform, she was still shocked by the destructive power brewing within the abyss. The destructive power that gathered seemed capable of eradicating all existences. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng felt it too. Their bodies squirmed. Divine light and demonic light surrounded them. Both of them mustered up all their strength for this moment. They stood straight up while looking at the sky. Yi Futian chanted the 6 syllables of truth. Immediately, a gigantic Buddha appeared on the demon-slaying platform and enveloped the entire space, shielding both of them within it. "You don't have to worry about me," said Yu Sheng. He did not want Yi Futian to waste his energy protecting him. "Shut up. Stay focused," Yi Futian chided. Then, he looked at the sky and didn't say more. Yu Sheng stared at him and noticed his determined gaze. He understood that there was no use for him to say anything. Yi Futian was resolved to protect both of them this time. The light of Buddha coalesced while the Buddha that Yi Futian summoned protected the space they were in. The golden Buddha was akin to an eternal and indestructible Buddha. Many runes surfaced on the body of the Buddha. As the light of Buddha surrounded it, it transformed into a 1,000-armed Buddha. The arms of the Buddha were ready to send out sword seals. Donghuang Diyuan narrowed her eyes in shock when she saw this scene. Her gaze was fixed on Yi Futian. He actually planned to attack the Devil Abyss. He was a lunatic. "He has guts," exclaimed the Devil Emperor as he stood in the sky above the Demon God Palace and observed the happenings on the demon-slaying platform. He admired Yi Futian's gallantry. It was a waste that Yi Futian had not become a demonic cultivator. Rumble. Yu Sheng's dark long hair danced in the wind. They seemed to become the sharpest blades in the world as they were covered by demonic light. Boom, boom, boom. Demons suddenly descended around Yu Sheng and Yi Futian. It was the heavenly demon godly advent. Yu Sheng himself seemed to have transformed into a domineering demon. He raised his head and looked straight ahead. He wanted to see for himself exactly how powerful this 49th catastrophe was. Buzz. Starlight shone all around them. The constitution of stars materialized and stood guard all around the demon-slaying platform. Then, sword chi weaved to form a razor-sharp shield of swordsmanship. They had set up many layers of defenses to withstand this final catastrophe. In the sky, streaks of crimson destructive divine light charged downwards. The next moment, harmful light of catastrophe poured down like the wrath of God. The attack no longer came down one by one. Instead, 49 streaks of lightning blasted down simultaneously, destroying everything in their way. Kill. Yi Futian bellowed. All the arms of the Buddha waved, and the divine swords slashed upwards. At the same time, their palms sent out seals that charged towards the devil abyss above. Almost concurrently, destructive divine light rained down, and the catastrophe befell them. Crimson light of catastrophe flooded the space completely. In the middle of the 49 streaks of lightning, a crimson light pillar descended and tore everything apart. Instantly, the demon-slaying platform was buried in the crimson destructive light of catastrophe. Everything turned to dust and void. It was as though nothing could withstand this ultimate attack. In the distance, Dong Huang Diyuan's heart quivered as she observed the scene. If she was put on the platform, could she survive this destructive attack? She watched as the light of catastrophe overwhelmed everything on the demon-slaying platform, and terrifying storms rampaged all around it. After a long while, everything dissipated. Dong Huang Diyuan saw the bodies of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng lying on the platform lifelessly. Even their chains were shattered. They lay on the platform quietly with wounds all over their bodies. Blood oozed out from their injuries. It was a tragic scene to behold. Even their auras could not be detected. Were they dead? Dong Huang Diyuan wondered as she looked at them. Her eyes twitched, but she still remained motionless on her spot. I have helped Dong Huang to eliminate his opponents. What do you think? A voice asked Dong Huang Diyuan. Father has never thought of these two juniors as his opponents, Dong Huang Diyuan responded. However, this is your highness' decision. I am not qualified to comment on it. The Devil Emperor did not say anything. Right at this moment, a hint of aura appeared on the demon-slaying platform. Life aura could be faintly sensed circulating in Yi Futian's body. On top of that, there seemed to be strands of life current flowing between his body and Yu Sheng's. The two of them were tightly connected through the current, causing the life aura to rejuvenate in Yu Sheng's body. Were they still alive? Dong Huang Diyuan looked towards the platform. This strand of life aura was like candlelight in the dark. It was a strand of hope. Gradually, the life aura rejuvenated inside of Yi Futian's body. At the same time, Yu Sheng's heartbeat was resuscitated. Dong Huang Diyuan felt as though she could hear the intense thumping sound of his heart beating. Thump, thump. The sound of his heartbeat intensified. The life auras of demons, especially powerful demons like Yu Sheng, were indomitable. When Dong Huang Diyuan saw this scene, she asked, Your Highness, you promised to let them go if they were still alive after 49 catastrophes. Now, what do you plan to do with them? They are lucky, the Devil Emperor said. Since I have made a promise to them, I will surely keep my word. However, if they continue to stay on the demon-slaying platform, their survival is not certain. I will leave them to you. The Devil Emperor was curious. What would Dong Huang Diyuan choose to do with the two of them? Chapter 26:13. The True Body of Devil Emperor. Above the Demon God Palace, the Devil Emperor looked in the direction of the demon-slaying platform. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were on the verge of death as Dong Huang Diyuan stood outside. The Devil Emperor handed control over to Dong Huang Diyuan so that she could decide on the fate of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. The Devil Emperor did so because he wanted to see what choice would Dong Huang Diyuan make. If Yi Futian was really descended from Emperor Yi Qing, then Dong Huang Diyuan, Yi Futian, and Yu Sheng were inextricably linked even before their births. They had grown up together and had been good friends since childhood, but now they were sworn enemies. However, the Devil Emperor still had some doubts, so he wanted to see for himself. There, Dong Huang Diyuan glanced at the two of them, then turned to leave as she said, I have already made it clear that I will not be interfering in any matters concerning the Devil Imperial Palace, so everything is left to your majesty to decide. With that, she left the demon-slaying platform, ignoring the suffering of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. The two were left lying there to die. They were unable to struggle against the force that befell them even though they had since recovered a breath of life. They appeared to be greatly weakened, and there was no telling whether or not they would be able to survive their ordeal. After all, they were still on the demon-slaying platform, and that force of destruction was constantly attacking them. The Devil Emperor glanced at the location that had just been vacated by Dong Huang Diyuan. If she wanted to, saving Yi Futian and Yu Sheng would be as easy as a simple raise of her hand. However, Dong Huang Diyuan did not do that. Was Donghuang Diyuan also desirous of the demise of these two enemy descendants? Bring both of them out. After they have recovered, bring them to see me, said a voice from the demon god palace as he disappeared. Yes, master. After hearing his words, someone took the order and went to the demon-slaying platform to bring Yushang and Yi Futian out of the demon-slaying platform. The Devil Emperor had said that if the two of them could last 49 days, they would be released. Now, 49 days had already gone by. Yi Futian and Yushang fell into a deep coma and had forgotten about the passage of time. No one knew how long it had been, but Yi Futian was the first to wake up from the coma. When he woke up, he was wrapped in a cocoon of life, which was incredibly persistent, rendering his body immortal and indestructible. He turned sideways to look at Yushang, who was next to him, and saw his heart was beating vibrantly. It seemed as he had almost fully recovered from all of his injuries as well. The vitality of the great demon was extremely stubborn. Once they had left the demon-slaying platform, it was unlikely for them to die given their realms as long as there was still a trace of breath within them. Strands of the divine light of life showered upon Yushang and penetrated his body. Gradually, Yushang's heartbeat grew more fierce. Finally, a pair of pitch-dark eyes suddenly opened, emitting a terrifying demonic light. After that, Yushang sat up abruptly and looked at Yi Futian next to him. Their eyes met, and there was a moment of initial silence. Then, they were all smiles. It was as if it was the smile for having survived such a major disaster and trial. They had survived. They had managed to live despite the demon-slaying platform. They were still alive after this great trial. Yushang, where are we? Yi Futian asked. He found himself in a palace inside the Devil Imperial Palace. This palace was extremely spacious, and they were presently inside the cultivation court of this palace. This is my cultivation court, and this is the palace where I live, Yushang explained. He then got up and walked outside. After these two woke up from their coma, they seemed to have completely recovered. When he arrived in the courtyard outside the palace, Yushang suddenly stopped. He heard footsteps, and that meant someone was here. By nature, Yushang loathed being disturbed. His manner was cold and aggressive, so much so that he was close to unreasonable. Therefore, in the palace where he resided, there was no other person besides himself. There were not even maids who were assigned here. But at this moment, there was someone here in the courtyard. However, when they saw this intruder, both Yi Futian and Yushang were stunned. Yi Futian, especially, looked rather awkward. The person in front of them was covered with a phoenix robe, and though the tail of the phoenix hung behind her on the ground, it remained pristine. With her tall and slender physique, she appeared extremely elegant and noble. Moreover, she had an indescribably beautiful face. Her face and temperament seemed to blend perfectly and complemented each other. This was definitely a woman who would grab anyone's heart with just one glance. Her face and temperament alone were enough to leave a permanent imprint on any beholder's heart. Donghuang Diyuan. It was not the first time that Yi Futian had seen Princess Donghuang, but he had never seen her at such a close distance. When he was young, Donghuang Diyuan was a goddess in the heavens, high above him and out of reach. She was a deity, and he was a mere mortal who could only look up to her. Even after he had achieved something of himself in cultivation, Donghuang Diyuan, as the only daughter of Donghuang the Great, was still unattainable. Every time she appeared, she had always been high in the sky. Divine light showered around her, and the mortals of the world could only bathe in her divine glory. But at this moment, Donghuang Diyuan, like any other lady of a noble family, simply stood quietly in the courtyard. This was the first time that Yi Futian was so close to Donghuang Diyuan, the noblest princess in all of the divine prefecture. She was destined to be the proud daughter of heaven. His Majesty the Devil Emperor placed me here, Donghuang Diyuan said lightly, as if she was not aware that anything was out of place. Why is the princess here in the devil world? Yi Futian asked without knowing that Donghuang Diyuan had been captured. From his perspective, the status of Donghuang Diyuan was unquestionable, and capture was an inconceivable improbability. I want to come to the devil world to have a look, so here I am, Donghuang Diyuan responded. Clearly, she would not divulge the fact that she had been captured. Yi Futian knew that she was not telling him the truth, but he did not press on. At this time, The Earth Demon Sage appeared in the sky outside, looking at Futian and Yusheng. "Come with me," she said. "Very well." Yusheng nodded and was the first one to step forward to meet him. Although he had almost perished on the demon-slaying platform, he didn't seem to harbor any hostility toward the Devil Emperor. The two of them left with the Earth Demon Sage, leaving Donghuang Diyuan there by herself. After a moment, Yi Futian and Yusheng appeared outside the Demon God Palace. "Come in." In the Demon God Palace, an old and hoarse voice called to them. The door was open, so Yusheng and Yi Futian walked straight inside. Inside the Demon God Palace, both of them felt a sense of great solemnity, and where they were heading seemed a little obscure. They kept moving forward until they came to a place not too far from the divine throne. "Your Majesty." "Greetings, Your Majesty," Yusheng and Yi Futian both said as they bowed to pay their respect. "You don't hate me?" the Devil Emperor asked. His voice sounded ancient and weak as if there was no power behind it. This caused the curious look on both Yusheng's and Yi Futian's faces. They looked up at the divine throne and saw that instead of the majestic Devil Emperor as they had expected to see, there was an ordinary old man there. What they saw in front of them shocked Yi Futian to no end. Was this the Devil Emperor he knew? Yusheng shook his head. Obviously, the question that was posed just now was not meant for Yi Futian. "What is happening to Your Majesty?" Yusheng asked with some concern. He had never seen the Devil Emperor like this before. "It's nothing. You have never seen the truth for all this time. Today, I will take you to see it." As soon as the Devil Emperor's voice fell, Yusheng and Yi Futian felt that the world in front of them was changing. They appeared in another space. An unimaginably terrifying force of destruction enveloped the two of them, as Yi Futian's heart was beating violently. They stood upon a terrifying blood-red cloud of tribulation, and above them was the real tribulation of doomsday. Infinite destructive power was flowing, covering the entire sky and extending into the distance. "This is the Devil Abyss." Likewise, Yusheng was shocked to his core as he raised his head to look at the image in front of him. He could have never imagined such a horrific scene was hovering above the Devil Imperial Palace. However, what was even more shocking to both of them was that above this devastating sky, there was a boundless and massive figure. This figure was a true deity that was as stalwart as the heavens. In other words, heaven was transformed by his physical body, which kept the destructive power in the sky at bay. The Devil Emperor. Yi Futian watched the phantom that blended with the sky, and the imagery in front of him was akin to when Ziwei the Great himself had integrated into the stars in heaven, and countless stars formed the face of Ziwei. But what he was seeing before him now was more shocking than that, because the Devil Emperor, who had morphed into the heavens, was overpowering the Devil Abyss with his own body of flesh and blood. The tribulation of destruction was endless and infinite, constantly bombarding that figure. It was as if he was suffering those apocalyptic tribulations all the time. Only then did Yi Futian understand what the people of the Devil World had told him. The Devil Emperor had suppressed the Devil Abyss with his own power and held up the 9 heavens. Was that the reason why he was so weak? Chapter 26:14. The Wicked Thoughts of the Devil Emperor. The elderly figure of the Devil Emperor appeared in front of the two of them, standing under that storm of destruction. It was impossible to distinguish the real Devil Emperor between that demon shadow in heaven and the weak old man in front of them. Or rather, they were both the Devil Emperor in some ways. "Did you see it?" The Devil Emperor looked at Yusheng poignantly while pointing to the sky and saying, "This is your destiny." Yusheng was speechless as he stared at the imagery of total destruction up in the sky, while Yi Futian's heart palpitated and his face paled. Would this be a glimpse into Yusheng's future? Yi Futian looked at the Devil Emperor, but saw that the Devil Emperor was looking at him as well at this time. He sneered, "Are you thinking that as long as Yusheng leaves the Devil World, he will be spared of all this, and that I will have to continue to carry the Devil Abyss?" Yi Futian's eyes sharpened before he looked at the Devil Emperor and replied, "Everyone is only looking out for themselves." Although the Devil Emperor had suffered for many years, if Yi Futian were to choose between him and Yusheng, Yi Futian would choose the Devil Emperor to bear the burden without any hesitation. This was not a hard decision to make. "That's right. People are selfish." The Devil Emperor nodded and continued, "So, While they enjoy the pure land, they have sealed the devil world under the devil abyss forever and locked us in this prison. Each of the worlds, be it the world of Buddhism, the divine prefecture, or the human realm, each has its own version of heaven except the devil world. What do we have? Why do they insist on hindering the devil world like this? Why let the devil world bear all this? Who gave them the right to make that decision? Futian was silent because he couldn't refute it. If the devil emperor wanted to step out of the devil world with his demonic cultivators, he was certain that none of the worlds in Buddhism, the divine prefecture, or the human realm would agree to it. Therefore, they were trapped in this prison, enduring the ravages of the tribulations from the devil abyss forever. As for him, the devil emperor looked at Yushang and continued, "You wanted him to achieve the imperial realm and yet leave the devil world. Do you think it possible? The world will not allow the birth of another devil emperor. If a new devil emperor were to be born, then it is inevitable that the other must perish. Yet, the destiny of the devil world must be borne by someone." Futian's heart trembled. He finally understood what the devil emperor was saying. There was a system of checks and balances between the great emperors of this world. Just as the divine prefecture did not allow the coexistence of the two emperors in the past, the devil world, likewise, will not allow the coexistence of two devil emperors. If he wants to inherit the position of the devil emperor, then he must shoulder the responsibility of the devil world. It is his mission and responsibility to protect the devil world, the devil emperor continued. "If there is the need, I will do it," Yushang said while raising his head to look into the sky. His eyes were full of determination. The devil emperor glanced at Yushang and Futian. This exchange had made him aware of one thing, and that was never to ask Yushang to choose between the devil world or Futian. Otherwise, he would choose to sacrifice himself. "I'm getting old, and the future of the devil world is yours." The devil emperor spoke to Yushang, then looked at Futian. "I don't expect you to do anything for the devil world, but I hope you won't be there to stop us." "I can leave the land of the original realm alone," said the devil emperor. In the previous era, there was yet another great emperor who was one of the strongest in the world. Many thought that he might even be the greatest of them all. He was the closest person to the heavenly path. "Heaven realm, heavenly emperor," said Futian. "Yes, the heavenly emperor," the devil emperor nodded. Futian was a little puzzled. If the heavenly emperor was hailed as the most powerful emperor, why did he perish? They will not allow the existence of two emperors, but the original realm may still have a place for a great emperor, especially one who could stand up against Donghuang the Great, the devil emperor continued. Futian thought that Dark Court and Empty Divine Realm wanted to support him so they could challenge the divine prefecture. But did that mean they would allow him to step onto the throne? Maybe not necessarily. Donghuang the Great had an established relationship with the Buddha of the world of Buddhism, and the divine prefecture in the western heaven of Buddha also enjoyed a good relationship while maintaining a workable one with the human realm at the same time. It was possible that they could be in the same camp, but judging from the death of Emperor Yi Qing, this camp, in some respects, might be more tenuous than not. Empty Divine Realm and the Dark Court seemed to be in cahoots together, while the Devil World was independent from everyone else, doing whatever it wished. Donghuang the Great did say that he would not care if a great emperor emerged from the original realm who did not lean towards any one side of any camp. He had expressed this stance way back while still at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Currently, the Empty Divine Realm and the Dark Court did not appear to be hostile toward him, but there was no telling about that in the future. Now, even the Devil Emperor seemed to be accepting him. In addition, he also had a relationship with Buddhism, as he had gone to the Western heaven of Buddhism to seek instruction. At present, it seemed that the resistance facing him was not as great. "What are your thoughts about that little princess of Donghuang?" the Devil Emperor suddenly asked, looking at Yushang and Futian both. "I don't have much contact with her, but Donghuang Diyuan is the only daughter of Donghuang the Great, so she must be very outstanding," Futian responded. "I don't know anything about her," Yushang said plainly and directly. "Daughter of Donghuang must not lack in talents. In addition to her talents, her beauty is also peerless. If I were you, as her peer, I would definitely not back off." The Devil Emperor said it so nonchalantly, it gave Futian a rather strange feeling. Just what was the Devil Emperor implying? Then, a descendant may be produced who has the gift of becoming a great emperor. The Devil Emperor continued, there is nothing concerning you here now. You may go back. Yusheng nodded, and Yi Futian, too, saluted slightly. Thank you, Your Majesty. After that, the Devil Emperor waved his hand, and suddenly a storm swept towards the two of them. They disappeared directly from the place where they were and reappeared in front of the Demon God Palace. After they left, the Devil Emperor looked down at the space below. His gaze penetrated the space and fell on Yi Futian and Yusheng. His dark eyes were profound and unfathomable. His younger brother had kept the two of them all these years, raised them to be such exceptional characters, and had meant for Yusheng to assist Yi Futian. What was he trying to do? Let them become emperors and join hands with him to slay Donghuang. That didn't seem to be the case. Back then, he was thoroughly impressed by the fervor of Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing, so he decided to follow them. But later, the two emperors turned against each other, ending with the death of Emperor Yi Qing. It was understandable for him to seek revenge, but what exactly happened back then? And were there still any secrets that were not revealed? He was curious to find out. After Yi Futian and Yusheng left the Demon God Palace, they returned to the palace where Yusheng resided and found that Donghuang Diyuan was still there. Seeing the return of these two, Donghuang Diyuan appeared rather calm as she glanced at the two of them. It seems that His Majesty the Devil Emperor had decided to let the two of you live, Donghuang Diyuan commented. Is the princess disappointed? Yi Futian asked. He was remembering the parting comment of the Devil Emperor, and his expression was a little awkward. Was the Devil Emperor harboring some dishonorable intent? It was a little unseemly for him, actually, to have thoughts like that. Except Donghuang the Great probably would not be sitting by idly without killing him. In the past few years, you have stirred up the Divine Prefecture quite a bit. In your hands, the Divine Prefecture has lost a lot of people, and it is quite enough. Donghuang Diyuan's voice was indifferent, coated with haughtiness. Those beautiful eyes of hers assessed Yi Futian judiciously. Every move that she made had done nothing but to accentuate her noble status. Chapter 26:15. So, you think you are very strong? For the Holy Land of Taichu and the Celestial Worthy Mountain, both of these two major principalities had suffered the fate of extinction. The Sun God Mountain and the Shun clan, too, were attacked, while the clan lord of Imo perished at the hands of Yi Futian. In the battle at Tianyan City, Yi Futian had slaughtered many people as well. The power of the 6 ancient god clans in the original realm had been greatly reduced. Yi Futian's existence, indeed, had worried many authorities in the Divine Prefecture, and many cultivators had died at his hands. However, should all these faults be attributed to Yi Futian? Would Yi Futian think that he had done anything wrong? If these people didn't die, it would be the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Ziwei Segmentum, and himself that would have been destroyed. Wang Shao of Tianyan City, with the help of the Imperial Arms, tried to sack Ziwei Segmentum, and many innocent people had perished because of it. Did your Royal Highness ever say a word on behalf of those innocent people in Ziwei Segmentum? Yi Futian looked at Donghuang Diyuan. His tone was slightly cool as he continued, Heavenly Mandate City has been destroyed many times, and the same thing happened to the 9 realms that preceded the original realm. How many people have died through no fault of their own? Has your Royal Highness ever chastised the savage acts committed by the people of the Divine Prefecture? The original realm once belonged to the Divine Prefecture, but the Divine Prefecture had allowed the 9 realms to be ravaged. They were incapable of stopping the invasion of the Dark World and the empty Divine Realm, and I, as someone who was born in the original realm, have sentiment for the original realm that you cannot possibly understand. The Divine Prefecture cannot protect the original realm, so I can only do all I can possibly do. If the force of the Divine Prefecture intends to wreak havoc in the original realm, I will destroy them with certainty. Yi Futian continued, years ago, the princess was kind to me and lent me an item to save my life. However, it was a reward for what I had done in the battle against the Dark Court and the empty Divine Realm. In truth, I owe you nothing. My father, on account of the past, spared you because the teacher had spoken on your behalf. However, it is not intended for you to cause chaos however you please. Dong Huang Duan did not seem to have heard a word that Yi Futian had said, but continued to speak her thoughts. You are now in charge of Ziwei Segmentum, protected by Ziwei so that the others could not invade. You ought to mind your own business and cultivate within your bounds. Yi Futian frowned. Was Dong Huang Duan lecturing him? I am addressing you as princess because of our history. The land of the original realm is no longer under the rule of the divine prefecture, and I am not your subordinate. What I have done is not for you to comment on, Yi Futian replied indifferently. He thought he was giving her a way out, but Dong Huang Duan didn't seem to take the hint at all. Her attitude was haughty, arrogant, and high-handed as if he was hers to command. Dong Huang Duan fixed her eyes on Yi Futian when she heard Yi Futian's insolent retort. A breathtaking majesty surged from those unbelievably beautiful eyes, making those who beheld it to surrender involuntarily. She was the only princess in all of the divine prefecture, and a naturally powerful aura emerged from her. Yi Futian had seen it once when he was still a youth. Even if she was surrounded by all the divine generals of divine prefecture, she was the absolute, undeniable center of attention. At this moment, it was the first time Yi Futian was in such close contact with her and experienced that reality, which was becoming more and more evident. It was a majestic power that was meant to make everyone bow down at her feet, for she could only be revered. However, Yi Futian was not someone who had not seen much of the world. He had his fair share of interactions with many great emperors. Moreover, he was now the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, the ruler of Ziwei Segmentum. He had killed many top cultivators himself, so how could he be easily unnerved by Dong Huang Duan? He stared right into the eyes of the other. His deep-set eyes were as bright as the stars. He and Dong Huang Duan stared at one another. There was an invisible coercion that effused from him. His momentum was no less than hers. The two sets of eyes challenged each other. Suddenly, Yi Futian heard the long cry of the most radiant phoenix divine bird and felt it rush directly into his eyes. The phoenix divine bird was bathed in an extremely brilliant divine flames capable of incinerating one's will and spiritual soul. At the same time, the phoenix robe that was draped upon the body of Dong Huang Duan seemed to be caught on fire, turning into golden feathers. An incredibly fiery and terrifying current swept out, and everything seemed to be on the verge of turning into dust and smoke. At this moment, Yi Futian felt a strong sense of threat. A Buddha statue appeared in his mind, guarding and protecting his will from imminent destruction. Buzz! An incomparably fiery current swept over, and it was the phoenix bathing in the divine flame. It did not appear to be an ordinary phoenix, as each feather on its wing was a divine feather, burning with golden divine flames. Its eyes were even more domineering, like a king among all phoenixes, noble and untouchable. Along with that sustained cry, the terrifying claws of the phoenix suddenly slammed down and blasted on the Buddha statue. The Buddha statue collapsed and shattered under that sudden attack of the divine flame and its terrifying force. Yi Futian's mind suffered a violent and abrupt blow. Bang! Yi Futian slid backward and smashed a stone table somewhere. Between his and Dong Huang Duan's eyes, an extremely bright golden light did not dissipate. Do you think you are powerful? Even Dong Huang Duan's eyes had released brilliant divine flames. She was bathed fully in the power of the divine might. At this moment, she was dazzling, a proud empress blooming with incomparable divine might, more arrogant and haughtier than ever. Yi Futian's eyes sharpened slightly as he looked up at the figure. It was then that he seemed to have realized something. The woman who was standing in front of him was not some weakling with a pretty face. If she were underestimated simply because of her looks, then someone would be paying a great price as he did just now. The daughter of Dong Huang the Great was the only princess in the divine prefecture who had inherited from Dong Huang the Great. The extent of Dong Huang Duan's strength could not really be imagined. Dong Huang the Great must have devoted every resource available in training her. The likes of Wang Xiao, because of their unparalleled talents, such as in armoring, had some right to ask for the hand of Dong Huang Duan. Still, this was nothing more than an idiotic dream. They seemed to only focus on her identity as Dong Huang Duan, but never considered just how powerful she really was. Perhaps it was because of Dong Huang Duan's identity as a woman. Or perhaps she had never truly revealed her full strength in front of the outside world, that there was no need to consider such things. The second tribulation. Yi Futian was a little surprised at the strength of Donghuang Diyuan. She was so strong. So who in the devil world had captured her? Yu Shang took a step toward Donghuang Diyuan, and an overbearing demonic might bloomed from him. Yu Shang. Yi Futian called out to him. Yu Shang stopped immediately as he looked at Yi Futian behind him. At this moment, divine light was lingering upon Yi Futian's body as a violent roar of the great path emerged from within him. For a while, a brilliant divine light continued to erupt from him. At this moment, Yi Futian was surrounded by a powerful intent of battle. He had previously slaughtered existences who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. When he was trespassing into the Devil Imperial Palace, he had also defeated several cultivators at this level. It was not until the appearance of the Earth Demon Sage that he really felt the sense of coercion. Now, from Donghuang Diyuan, he felt a strong sense of pressure. What kind of talent did this princess from the Divine Prefecture possess? Just how strong was she? Yi Futian was very curious. And he was not the only one that was curious. At this moment, the Demon Emperor was standing over the Demon God Palace as he was looking this way. The exchange between these two was of great interest to him. Chapter 26:16. Donghuang Diyuan. Donghuang Diyuan glanced at Yi Futian, then raised her head as she soared upward, heading higher into the sky. This was not the Donghuang Imperial Palace, and she would not want to destroy any of it unnecessarily. Yi Futian saw the movements of Donghuang's Diyuan, so he, too, followed her higher into the sky. The two continued going up until they came to the area just below the Devil Abyss. Above the firmament, a pitch-black dark aura of destruction circulated. But under that ominous dark clouds, there were two figures surrounded by dazzling divine light. Buzz, a blazing wild wind blew, and Donghuang Diyuan seemed to bathe in the shadow of a divine phoenix. The divine phoenix was akin to the demon monarch in the days of yore, incomparably noble. Even the divine wings that appeared behind Donghuang Diyuan were covered in brilliant golden feathers, shining with the dazzling brilliance of divine glory. In an instant, the dark clouds of tribulation overhead were illuminated, and a red glow appeared in the pitch-black sky. Many demonic cultivators in the Devil Imperial Palace looked up in the sky and had a look of shock on their faces. When they saw that gigantic divine phoenix, there was a disturbance in all of their hearts. This imagery was too incredible. Who was there? Many figures levitated into the sky, standing on top of many demonic halls, looking up at the sky. There were also great demons heading higher into the sky, but they felt an intense pressure of might as they went further up. Whoever was able to reach this far above the sky must be someone of great cultivation. Who could be fighting over there? It's the divine phoenix. Yi Futian looked at Donghuang Diyuan and felt pressure coming from the phoenix's phantom. He could feel a strong sense of coercion. This feeling of oppression seemed quite familiar. Once, he had a similar feeling when he was facing the corpse of the peacock demon monarch. That was the aura of the demon monarch. What was happening in front of him seemed to remind him once again that the one standing in front of him was the only daughter of Donghuang the Great. Along the way in his cultivation, he had obtained the inheritance of several great emperors. Would someone like Donghuang Diyuan have any fewer opportunities than him? Donghuang the Great must have given her all the very best. Just from this aura alone, he knew that Donghuang Diyuan must have received the power of the demon monarch as his divine phoenix. Yi Futian had primarily been invincible on the path of cultivation, but self-reflection was sometimes necessary. He seemed to have been a little overconfident, so he had overlooked what Donghuang Diyuan was capable of. Before the battle, he did not recognize Donghuang Diyuan's true strength, but at this moment, there was no denying it. His eyes were grave and solemn, and he became quite serious. You have comprehended the divine body from the body of Shunjia, the great emperor, a physique that is powerful and unparalleled, so let me experience its power for myself. Donghuang Diyuan was extremely arrogant and exuded a noble temperament that she was born with. The world only saw her nobility, status, and that unparalleled beauty but forgot all about her talent and strength. When Wang Xiao had thoughts about courting Donghuang Diyuan, Spear Emperor Diyu was dismissive of him. As the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great, Diyu would know just how good and powerful Donghuang Diyuan was. However, she had never shown the world any of it. Even before this moment, Yi Futian hadn't known her true strength and realm. Have it your way. Behind Yi Futian, a phantom of the peacock demon god appeared, domineering to the extreme. An aggressive and unparalleled divine light flowed from him. His figure flashed, then turned into an astonishing streak of lightning, rushing towards Donghuang Diyuan. Since his realization of the divine body, he had not used the way of the physical body on any opponent. He had since survived several tribulations so that this physical body was now many times stronger. Donghuang Diyuan knew very well that his physical body was massively powerful, but she wanted to compete with him in physical strength. A streamer of light sailed across that turned out to be Yi Futian. He came down in front of Donghuang Diyuan in a blink of an eye. He unleashed a strike with his fist without any fancy frills, except Fist Aurora that was meant to shatter everything in its path. The divine light lingered and covered the fist. That punch had enough force to make heaven and earth tremble. It seemed that with this blow alone, he could punch through the delicate body of Donghuang Diyuan. A radiant golden figure rushed toward Yi Futian, and a punch was also unleashed. Two massive phantoms appeared in the void, and it was the phantoms of the divine phoenix and the peacock demon god. Bang! Above the firmament, the silence that covered the area was deafening as a most brilliant light swept out, sheltering the entire sky above the Devil Imperial Palace. Even in the capital outside the Devil Imperial Palace had gathered countless bystanders to witness the scene unfolding before them. The sky was stained a different color, and even from far away, the gigantic divine phoenix and the peacock could be seen. Top figures were fighting in the sky above the Devil Imperial Palace. The two streamers of light collided time and again, which seemed to shatter even the clouds of tribulation in the sky. There was a terrible divine light of destruction that shot down from the firmament as the halo of collision radiated outward. Muffled sounds of collisions were heard continuously, which drove the heart of everyone in the Devil Imperial Palace to beat wildly. It was a frightening great battle. This kind of fight was only possible with characters on the level of the Demon Sage. Finally, as a divine light swept out, the two finally separated. Yi Futian was carrying the phantom of the peacock demon god on his back, as the divine light of the great path circling his body endlessly. He stared at the peerless figure opposite of him. He did not expect that in their physical confrontation, he had not been able to suppress her. The princess's beautiful eyes, likewise, were fixed upon Yi Futian as well. It was hard to imagine that her delicate body was capable of unleashing such terrifying energy. Only she knew how she managed to cultivate such a powerful physique. Her cultivation environment was not something that Yi Futian could have ever dreamed of. No matter how many wonderful chances Yi Futian had encountered, they could never be compared with what was made available to her. From an early age, Donghuang the Great had been tempering her in the best of conditions. No matter the time or realm, the most suitable resource for cultivation had always been at her disposal. What she experienced was different from all the other worlds. No one was competing with her for cultivational resources because everything belonged to her and her alone. Moreover, only she knew how much effort her father had poured into her. Yi Futian had once comprehended the body of Shunjia, the great emperor, and possessed the inheritance of the peacock demon monarch. But she had bathed in the true sacred blood of the demon monarch's phoenix, refined by the sacred blood, and it had integrated as part of her body. This was just one part of it. She had also endured the tribulation of the divine flames with her flesh and blood. And now, her divine body was sharper and more deadly than any divine arms. She had never wasted any bit of strength on her journey in cultivation. She had enjoyed nothing but the cream of the crop in resources and the most powerful cultivational methods. Not bad. Donghuang Diyuan's phoenix robe fluttered as her eyes drifted once again to Yi Futian. She said, "I heard that you are also an expert in swordsmanship. Show me how far along is your sword." Buzz. As soon as Donghuang Diyuan's voice fell, rays of divine light swept out. Above the firmament, a terrifying domain of the great path seemed to manifest. Above Yi Futian, endless brilliant golden runes appear. They were filled with an aura that was incredibly horrific and sharp. Those radiant golden runes gathered together and turned into a divine sword as the sword light flooded the space. In an instant, it had enveloped the area below and swallowed up Futian's body within that sword domain. Under this sword intent, the entire space seemed to be on the verge of destruction, as invisible sword shadows rained down and flowed freely in this sword domain. Futian looked up and wondered if Donghuang Diuan meant to challenge all the areas in which he was an expert. Chapter 26:17 Differences in Status. The sword will above the firmament was getting stronger, and the light of the demonic tribulation was overwhelmed by that most destructive sword will. What was even more terrifying was that the aura of the great path and those clouds of tribulations between heavens and earth were also converging into that divine light. Buzz. Divine swords were suspended above the sword domain, and each divine sword released an apocalyptic divine light. It seemed as if they were the most powerful swords of punishment in the world. The area around Futian was surrounded by the divine light emitted from those swords. This terrifying sword light continued to descend, aiming in the direction of the Devil Imperial Palace below. The Earth Demon Sage emerged from the Devil Imperial Palace to guard it from above, creating a massive and powerful shield that blocked the light from those falling divine swords. The dark eyes of the Earth Demon Sage fixed at the sky above him. He had felt a force of punishment. It seemed as if it was a punishment from heaven itself. This was even more apparent to Futian. This sword domain had turned into a penalizing prison, and the area in which it covered would be nothing but total destruction. Tianqing Divine Sword, the Devil Emperor murmured when he saw the scene unfolding. He didn't think that he would be able to witness the Tianqing Divine Sword in action again. Watching it being wielded by Donghuang Diuan reminded him of too many things. Donghuang the Great had been the undisputed #1 figure for the past 1,000 years. He achieved fame out of nowhere and ascended to the throne simply by his incredible and unbelievable talents. The most terrifying thing about Donghuang the Great was that there was nothing that he was incapable of. He had cultivated all sorts of methods throughout the world and had cultivated each of them to a great degree. He was the true epitome of genius talent. Tianqing Divine Sword was a technique for punishment. It was meant to impose sword punishment in a specific area of the world and spare no one within that sword domain. This technique first came from the wife of Donghuang the Great. 1. Futian felt the power of destruction, and his expression was solemn. The divine light in this space had extinguished all other existences. Everything was destroyed within the sword domain. The flesh, the spiritual soul, and everything else had turned into nothingness. This destruction was invisible, and even the will that exuded from Futian was destroyed as well. More importantly, the divine brilliance contained within the Tianqing Divine Sword was the true imperial will. It was obvious that Donghuang Diuan had the inheritance from more than just one great emperor. With a thought, a starry field suddenly appeared around him, surrounded by all the stars in the heavens. With Futian's body as the center, an independent space of the starry field was formed. Donghuang Diuan's eyes glanced over the starry domain, and divine light bloomed. Tianqing Divine Swords fell all of a sudden as they flew towards the starry field. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying sounds of collision were heard. When Tianqing Divine Swords came in for the kill, the stars began to crack upon impact, then shattered. The divine swords rushed in among the stars, and even the terrifying stars of the great path were collapsing. The imagery of destruction was akin to the end of the world. But when all the divine swords entered deep within, their power was weakened considerably. Divine swords around Futian attacked without hesitation and blocked off the incoming Tianqing Divine Swords. Donghuang Diuan stood below the runes of the Tianqing Divine Swords that were hanging in the sky, and her body bloomed with radiant divine glory. The divine swords were endless as they continued to rain down like a blanket of destruction. The sky above the Devil Imperial Palace was full of shocking explosions as the cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace watched on, their hearts beating violently. Donghuang Diuan stretched out her hand and made a gesture to press down to the area below. Suddenly, an infinitely gigantic Tianqing Divine Sword blasted downward. It came down in an instant, broke through every defense, and destroyed all great paths. All the divine swords in the vicinity went with it to become one, and the entire sword domain was filled with incomparable destructive power. Boom! This sword directly went for the space above Futian, but was blocked by a brilliant starry light screen. Immediately after, however, the starry light screen was torn apart little by little as the divine sword continued its way down. But from the inside, a starry divine sword appeared, as the starry light from the heavens gathered together. An awful rumbling sound was heard as the starry divine sword emerged from the firmament above and blasted down at that Tianqing divine sword. At the time when Futian slew the mountain master of celestial worthy mountain, once his divine sword was unleashed, there was no stopping him. But the mountain master of celestial worthy mountain was obviously not Donghuang Diyuan, and the combat effectiveness of Donghuang Diyuan far surpassed the other, on more levels than one. Indeed, no matter the realm, there was always a gap between different cultivators. Futian raised his head to take a look at Donghuang Diyuan. His body turned into the divine body of the great path as divine light lingered. All his methods had now unified into one. His whole body was radiant like a divine sword, sharp to the extreme. Buzz! A stream of light sailed through the void and penetrated everything. None of the Tianqing swords that rained down was able to block this extremely brilliant streamer of light. Donghuang Diyuan exercised extremely quick reflex as she reacted. The phantom of the divine phoenix appeared, sheltering the sky and obscuring the sun. With a long cry, her body turned into a fiery red ancestral phoenix, dominant beyond words. She smashed down with both of her hands, colliding with the incoming streamers of swordsmanship. Bang! A loud sound came out, and the body of Donghuang Diyuan was repelled backward by the attacks from the light streamers. However, the light streamers were unable to penetrate her hand. There was another violent and long cry, and the surrounding area turned into the domain of the phoenix, a world of flames. The terrifying phoenix divine flames covered that streamer divine sword in an instant, wanting to incinerate it into nothing. The two figures separated, and the streamer of light retreated. A divine flame seemed to have ignited his body, and the power of Yin surged from inside his body. Even so, the divine flame was not yet extinguished. It did not dissipate until the power of Yin grew much stronger. Futian had also received Phoenix's Wudong divine flame, but it was not as powerful as the other's Phoenix divine flame. Donghuang Diyuan bathed in the Phoenix divine flame, haughtier than ever. What she inherited was the power of the ancestral Phoenix Devil Monarch, and she had refined her body with the blood of the Phoenix's divine blood and inherited the immortal fire of the Phoenix. This divine flame of the Devil Monarch had been immortal since time immemorial. It even possessed the power of nirvana and was definitely no weaker than Futian's divine fire of the sun. Futian sighed in his heart. Naturally, Donghuang the Great had given all his best resources to his only daughter. Her starting point was the goal that most people in the world could only hope for. It seems that the power of Yin that you inherited once upon a time was effective in extinguishing my ancestral Phoenix divine flame, Donghuang Diyuan said with a proud look in her eyes. She knew that Futian had obtained the power of Yin, but in her position, she was loathing to fight over it with Futian. Thanks to you, your royal highness, Futian responded coldly. Regarding the opportunities back then, if it were not because of Donghuang Diyuan, he would never have participated in the war, and he would not have gone to the center of the earth to obtain the power of Yin. You don't need to thank me. The opportunity that you have gotten by risking your life is something I already had since birth. Donghuang Diyuan responded nonchalantly, still so cold, arrogant, and above everyone else. Futian couldn't help but twitch inside his heart, and his eyes remained icy cold. What she said was true enough. He had used his own life time and time again, risking hardships and danger to exchange all those opportunities in cultivation. However, these were all things that Donghuang Diyuan already had at birth. And all this could have been his at birth as well, but he was deprived of them all. Chapter 26:18 Fateful Duel. Futian was straight-backed as he looked at Donghuang Diyuan, bathing in divine glory like the imperial ruler of the world. Both of them had the wills of the great emperors on them, and it was more than the inheritance of just one great emperor. Because he was facing was Donghuang Diyuan, Yi Futian did not have any advantage. Donghuang Diyuan was right when she said that the resources he had fought for with his life were things Donghuang Diyuan was entitled to by birth. However, in those trials between life and death, the willpower that he had forged was not something that Donghuang Diyuan could claim to possess. Buzz. The streamer of swordsmanship circled him, and his whole body was radiant. All the will in his body seemed to have turned into swordsmanship, flowing upon the divine body. An extremely sharp aura bloomed, as if there was nothing in the world that it could not break. Boundless. With a thought, Yi Futian disappeared directly. At this moment, Donghuang Diyuan also released an equally unparalleled divine glory. Her divine body seemed to be engraved with divine marks within, as well as the marks of the great path. The terrifying divine light circulated on the surface of that invincible body of the phoenix. Her palms slammed forward, and the countless marks of the great path gathered to form the Tianqing divine sword, which bloomed with the divine body of the ancestral phoenix and blasted forward. The divine light bloomed, accompanied by a loud bang, sweeping across the vast space. The dark clouds of tribulation shook the sky and were pierced by the divine glory of the sword qi. However, Yi Futian had disappeared right after that blow of attack, and he was completely invisible. At this time, Donghuang Diyuan closed her eyes as her will enveloped the boundless space. She raised her hand once again to strike out to the left. Her speed was incredible. When she raised her hand and attacked, an incomparable divine light of swordsmanship descended, and it was yet another extremely violent collision. There was only a collision, and no one was seen except for that divine light of destruction. There were no signs of Yi Futian. The Buddha's celerity was invisible, untraceable, and unpredictable. In the area below, all the cultivators inside the Devil Imperial Palace were looking up at the shocking battle in the firmament. This battle was a rare sight even for the cultivators in the Devil Imperial Palace. Even the Earth Demon Sage, one of the three great demon sages, was looking rather grave at the moment. His attention had been focused on the battlefield, and he could not catch the slightest glimpse of Yi Futian, but apparently Donghuang Diyuan did. He thought if he was in Donghuang Diyuan's position, could he be as invincible as she under such violent attacks? This was probably a little difficult. These two were no weaker than him, but he was one of the three great demon sages in the devil world. Yi Futian's attacks were getting faster and faster, and all the Earth Demon Sage could see were just rays of light and a storm of destruction that was making the sky tremble. The clouds of tribulation were dancing wildly, and in just a short moment, Yi Futian had launched an unknown number of attacks. They were like countless bolts of lightning that struck one after the other. But the scary thing was that Donghuang Diyuan was able to withstand them all. Another violent sound of collision was heard. Then, the divine light was shining as Yi Futian's figure reappeared. He stood in front of Donghuang Diyuan. "How did you do it?" Yi Futian asked Donghuang Diyuan. Donghuang Diyuan had detected his Buddha's celerity, and there was nowhere for him to hide. All his attacks were being blocked. Donghuang Diyuan opened her eyes and looked at Yi Futian. "Hundreds of years ago, long before you went to the western heaven of Buddhism, someone in the divine prefecture had already gone to the spirit mountain. You are not the only one who is an expert in the ways of Buddhism." When those words were spoken, the light of Buddha lingered all around her, and she was akin to a female Buddha. Her entire body was radiant and sacred. Donghuang the Great. Of course, Yi Futian knew who Donghuang Diyuan was referring to. While he was cultivating in Spirit Mountain, he had heard that Donghuang the Great was already proficient in Buddhism before he even entered the western heaven of Buddhism. Therefore, he was able to defeat all the Buddhas at the battle in Spirit Mountain. The Buddhas at Spirit Mountain had told him that had Donghuang the Great focused on cultivating Buddhism, and he would have been a mighty Buddha that was not possible to find in 1,000 years. Like him, Donghuang the Great was well-versed in all things. So, was it another kind of superpower? Those who could recognize Buddha's celerity possessed extremely advanced Buddhist techniques. Donghuang the Great once had cultivated one of the 6 superpowers himself. It might have been another of the 6 Buddhist superpowers. Of course, it may also be some other Buddhist techniques that required a great sense of comprehension. After all, Donghuang Diyuan had been standing there without moving, and she might be sensing and predicting where the attack would come from. Methods of Buddhism were infinite and curious, and it was not impossible that such an ability existed. When he saw the light of Buddha blooming from Donghuang Diyuan, Futian clasped his hands together. Suddenly, his whole body burned bright with the light of Buddha. It seemed that Donghuang Diyuan intended to see all of his various abilities. In that case, he, too, would like to see just how strong Donghuang Diyuan was in these various fields. As the light of Buddha covered the sky, and auspicious clouds shrouded the space, the pitch-black clouds of tribulation were dispelled. Between heaven and earth, gigantic figures of Buddha appeared. At the same time, a massive shadow of Buddha appeared above the firmament formed by the light of Buddha. Like him, Donghuang Diyuan had clasped her hands together as well. A look of holiness and peace replaced the previous look of dominant arrogance and cold indifference. There was a little more tranquility about her as her body was surrounded by many massive golden lotus flowers. She trod lightly into the void, and with every step she took, a lotus flower appeared. This was a very profound vision of Buddhist methods known as lotus in every step. At the same time, high above the sky, a massive phantom of Guanyin Buddha appeared, vying with the giant Buddha summoned by Futian. A terrifying aura of attack came into being, and the light of Buddha on Futian soared into the sky. The Buddhas in heaven blasted the seal of Mahavairakana simultaneously, launching their attacks downward to destroy everything as they fired towards Donghuang Diyuan. The Guanyin Buddha behind Donghuang Diyuan had 1,000 arms, and all of them made the gesture of the seal of Buddha. Immediately, a sacred Buddhist divine sword appeared in each of those 1,000 hands, blasting at the seal of Mahavairakana. This was the divine sword of cleansing, which collided with the seal blasting down, and a sacred light of Buddha erupted. Soon after, it was purified as it dissipated and disappeared into nothing. Futian did not stop, and the Buddhas in all the heavens continued to resonate. Above the firmament, that gigantic and massive ancient Buddha had condensed into a tangible existence. The light of Buddha illuminated the space as the 6 syllables of truth continued to pour out of Futian's mouth, and the power of Buddhism began to increase by leaps and bounds. The power of all the Buddhas in the sky converged upon the ancient Buddha, and a mighty Buddha's prestige rained down. The massive ancient Buddha stretched out his arm and pressed down his hand to oppress the space below. The light of Buddha filled the heavens, and it was a golden Buddha's handprint. Endless Buddhist seals and the symbol of Wan were engraved on that massive and boundless handprint. Suddenly, the gigantic and incomparable Buddhist seal turned into a giant symbol of Wan. Donghuang Diyuan and Futian had similar reactions. Numerous Buddhist lotuses grew upward, reaching into the sky. Among those lotus flowers, a most brilliant Buddhist glory was released, gathered upon the statue of Guanyin. Thousands of hands were making the signs of the seals simultaneously, converging into the divine sword of cleansing. At this time, the right arm of the Guanyin Buddha stretched out, the thumb and forefinger in a circle while the other 3 fingers pointed to the sky. The divine sword of cleansing gathered, as the light of Buddha shining in the sky, colliding with the symbol of Wan. A horrific light of Buddha swept through the space as the clouds of tribulation above the firmament were cleared away and turned into clouds of sacred auspice, giving out an incredible glow. The 2 attacks seemed to stand still for a while, then collapsed and pulverized at the same time. The horrific storm repelled Futian as well as Donghuang Diyuan, and even the light of Buddha was forcibly dispersed by its power. The Devil Emperor above the Demon God Palace watched this battle with demonic light shining in his eyes. This was indeed a fateful duel. The descendants nurtured by Donghuang the Great were this outstanding. Chapter 26:19. The world's #1 all-rounder. They are too powerful, exclaimed the cultivators. The battle between the 2 of them covered a huge area. Inside and outside the Devil Imperial Palace, countless cultivators witnessed the huge battle in the sky. On the battlefield, colorful lights filled the sky and appeared extremely divine. The destructive currents beneath the Devil Abyss were scattered by the shockwaves. Right now, the various demonic cultivators already knew who were battling each other. One side was the only daughter of Donghuang the Great, Donghuang Diuan. The other was Yi Futian, the current most famous monstrous figure in the divine prefecture and the top proud son of heaven of the original realm, who led the Ziwei segmentum against the 6 major ancient god clans. These two figures were now battling in the sky above the Devil Imperial Palace. The members of the Devil Imperial Palace knew that Yi Futian and Yu Shang were brothers. The former had come to the Devil World for Yu Shang. On the other hand, Donghuang Diuan was captured and brought here, who was so mighty to be able to bring the powerful Princess Donghuang to the Devil World. It was the first demon sage. Rumor has it that the first demon sage's cultivation was deep and unfathomable. He had long been in a state of transformation and was already in existence akin to a demigod. He was rarely seen in public. It was difficult even for the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace to catch a glimpse of him. However, aside from the several super-existences in the Devil Imperial Palace, Donghuang Diuan and Yi Futian's combat ability were already at the level of the Demon Sage too. No wonder even the blood raiment of the guardian of the Devil Imperial Palace could not stop Yi Futian. Who would win this fight? From the looks of it now, they seemed to be on equal footing. The members of the Devil Imperial Palace could not help but sigh. This proud son of heaven of the original realm was indeed as the rumors had said. He actually could go toe-to-toe with the daughter of Donghuang the Great. After the symbol of Wan and the divine sword of cleansing collided in the heavens above, both sides did not continue to attack. There was a brief moment of silence. Up until now, both of them had failed to gain the upper hand. Both sides were very powerful in all aspects. However, was this their limit? Only they knew for sure. "What other abilities do you possess?" asked Donghuang Diuan as she looked at Yi Futian. "I still have many. I fear you won't be able to handle them," replied Yi Futian indifferently. "Outrageous," said Donghuang Diuan as she swept a glance at Yi Futian. "Do you know who is the most all-round cultivator currently in the world? Was it Donghuang the Great?" Yi Futian thought to himself. However, he did not answer her directly. He had also heard that Donghuang the Great's talents were all-round. "It is my father," said Donghuang Diuan. "Even His Highness, the Devil Emperor, cannot deny this. No matter what sort of ability you use, I will be able to match it with a corresponding ability." Before this, she had already proved that she possessed indestructible flesh, skillful swordsmanship, and Buddhist techniques, and that she was also one of the most proficient in the world. She could be considered an existence whose combat ability was cultivated to the utmost limit. Even Yi Futian had to acknowledge this. This was the first time he had encountered such an incredible person. She could match him in almost every aspect. He did not use his will to attack. When they first began to clash, the divine phoenix will that surged into his mind made him realize that Donghuang Diuan was similarly powerful in this area. Donghuang the Great would not have allowed Donghuang Diuan to have an obvious weakness. Her spiritual will and soul were certainly tempered with training. "She is truly proud," exclaimed the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace. However, the only daughter of Donghuang the Great was an existence whose talent and beauty were all top tier. It was difficult for anyone to be a match for her, so she certainly was qualified to be proud. Yi Futian was from the same generation as she was. For him to be able to fight with her to this extent was already very commendable. Everyone said that Yi Futian was the descendant of Emperor Yi Qing, but the latter had died long ago after all. Yi Futian did not receive any training from the great emperor. Instead, he acquired his skills throughout his adventures. So she was the world's #1 all-rounder? Yi Futian thought. Donghuang Diuan seemed to be hinting that Donghuang the Great used to be the world's #1 all-rounder, and now she had taken over this title. Yi Futian looked at Donghuang Diuan. A formless aura rippled outwards from his body. Music rang in the sky. The formless music waves enveloped the vast space. It was as though countless Guqin strings of the great path vibrated in the heavens and the earth at the same time. The Guqin strings were everywhere. At the same time, a myriad of brilliant illusory figures split out from Yi Futian's body. They actually looked exactly like him and seemed to be formed from his spiritual soul. His spiritual soul transformed into phantasms of the great path and appeared in their surroundings along with the formless ripples. The entire space turned into Yi Futian's dominion of music. The phantasms of the great path stood at different locations in the dominion. The light of Buddha shone and veiled all the phantasms in divine light. Then, terrifying sound waves, which shook the surroundings, swept out as Futian chanted. He was chanting the Vajra spell. As his lips moved, the surrounding phantasms turned into Buddhas, and they joined in the chant as well. The horrifying Vajra spell was unleashed and charged in the direction of Donghuang Diyuan. Donghuang Diyuan swept a glance at the surroundings. Then, she sat cross-legged directly where she was, and with a wave of her hand, a fiery red guqin appeared in front of her. She placed her dainty hands on the guqin, and as her slender fingers caressed the strings, melody flowed, and imperial glory permeated the space. A divine halo shrouded her. Futian felt somewhat emotional as he heard her play a familiar song. She was playing the Ukiyo song composed by Donghuang the Great. All techniques in the world paled into insignificance before the Ukiyo song. In the past, the Ukiyo song that Futian obtained was actually flawed. Hence, he had never played it. More often, he played the Song of the Lost Divine and the Divine Requiem. However, the Ukiyo song that Donghuang Diyuan was playing now was a complete version. Divine imperial glory circled Donghuang Diyuan as she sat in the sky, adorned with her fiery red robes. She was fully immersed in the artistic conception of the song. The Vajra spell was domineering and indestructible as it blasted towards Donghuang Diyuan. However, all techniques in the world paled into insignificance before the Ukiyo song. The song would destroy all techniques and great paths. The Vajra spell failed to penetrate through her musical storm. All the phantasms of the great path returned to Futian's body. Then, he also sat cross-legged with a guqin appearing in front of him. He put both his hands on the strings and played a song. This time, he played the Song of the Lost Divine, which was also a divine melody. As the Song of the Lost Divine was played, great path flowed against the current. Musical storms enveloped the vast space as their songs were played. In the sky above, the power of the great path in the heavens and the earth flowed frenziedly. The terrifying musical storms fought to be in control of the space. However, as they twisted and twined together, neither could suppress each other. Their music could not invade the other party's dominion. When Futian was playing, sharp swords charged out along with the melody. The swords carried the power to disrupt others' great paths as they traversed across space. However, the swords were crushed into dust when they entered Donghuang Diyuan's dominion. No great path or attack could come close to her. Was it difficult for them to decide who was better, even with music? The cultivators were shocked. This was a battle between two divine melodies. Right at this moment, Futian's hand swept across the guqin, and the melody changed. This time, there was no more powerful attack. Instead, the listeners were drawn into an endless picture. As soon as the melody sounded, the cultivators in the Devil Imperial Palace actually felt a pang of sadness. The world grieved when the Divine Requiem was played. The eyes of Donghuang Diyuan, who was sitting cross-legged, twitched slightly. Chapter 26:20, A Weak Point. In the sky, the musical storms enveloped the vast space. There was a will that nullified all the techniques in the world, as well as a will that permeated with extreme sorrow. The melody reached the Devil Imperial Palace, and even the cultivators there felt an inexplicable sadness well up inside of them. The Divine Requiem was a divine melody that affected the emotions of the listeners. It could cause the listeners to dwell uncontrollably in extreme grief. It was not a melody that attacked its opponents up front. Its attack was elusive. The opponents could not even defend against it directly. They could only rely on their strong will to not be affected by the melody. Right now, the storm of the Ukiyo song surged towards Futian, intending to forcefully stop him from playing the Divine Requiem. There was even a streak of fiery red attacks in the midst of the storm. The musical storm transformed into a phantasm of the Divine Phoenix and pounced towards Futian. Futian's figure disappeared from his spot and reappeared in another location. However, the melody continued uninterrupted. Was she affected by the music? Futian noticed Donghuang Diyuan squirming a little. This was something that had never happened before. He shifted his will, and immediately, many illusory figures of himself appeared all around. The illusory figures played the same song in different locations simultaneously. The melody filled every corner of the heavens and the earth. The will of the divine requiem intensified. Donghuang Diyuan's attacks suddenly turned frantic. The attacks of the melody burst forth and slashed towards different directions. Concurrently, the storm directly crushed all the musical notes that came near to her. Buzz. A figure appeared near Donghuang Diyuan. It was the actual Yi Futian. He no longer needed to play the song as his phantasms continued playing the tune for him. He took a step forward. His figure was shrouded by a terrifying sword will that flowed against the current of the great path. His body shone brilliantly as he activated his sword body. With a step forward, Yi Futian entered into Donghuang Diyuan's musical storm. An extremely horrifying sword will burst forth from his divine body, forming a reverse current of swordsmanship all around him. Then, the current plowed towards Donghuang Diyuan. She naturally did not dare to belittle his attack. A dazzling phantasm of the divine phoenix appeared above her and encircled her. She continued to play her song without stopping. Her menacing musical storm swept towards Yi Futian to shackle and destroy his great path. The two powers clashed together violently. Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard. Destructive storms covered Yi Futian's figure, yet his divine body remained. Terrifying currents of swordsmanship circled and formed a domain around him as he continued to advance towards Donghuang Diyuan. The musical storm obliterated his defenses and invaded his body, attempting to destroy his divine body and his body of flesh. However, Yi Futian's flesh was extraordinary. Divine light flowed over the surface of his body, rendering him indestructible. His divine body was attacking, but the rhythmic sorcery did not end. The various cultivators looked up into the sky. Yi Futian's phantasm was playing the divine requiem while his divine body was attacking and attempting to subdue Donghuang Diyuan. Would this work? Right now, Yi Futian was withstanding extremely menacing pressure in the musical storm. Every step he took was very difficult. However, his figure was similarly cloaked in monstrous, murderous swordsmanship. Against him, Donghuang Diyuan did not dare to relax at all. At the same time, the will of the divine requiem invaded. Donghuang Diyuan's hands played faster and faster. One could sense her haste from the Ukiyo song. Bang! Yi Futian took a step forward, allowing the astonishing musical storm to sweep over his body. Sonorous sounds of the guqin swept out. The storm was intense. Yi Futian stared at Donghuang Diyuan's figure as he stopped in his tracks. On his body, vast sword will flowed. Right now, he was already close to her. If it wasn't for her musical storm getting in his way, he could kill her in an instant. A powerful attack coalesced, and sword will flowed over him. Yi Futian's divine body became a sword and traversed the space, causing the power of the great path to surge backward. Even the musical storm could not destroy him. In front of him, the gigantic phantasm of the divine phoenix behind Donghuang Diyuan took form. It was as though the ancient phoenix had resurrected. Its gaze was frightening, and its body was cloaked in astonishing destructive power. The fiery red divine flames were accompanied by the sounds of the guqin as they swept towards Yi Futian. A light shroud of sword will appeared around Yi Futian, blocking off all attacks. His body did not continue to move. Instead, he kept staring ahead. He was still posing a threat to her, and he could unleash an astonishing attack at any given moment. However, the cost was that he also had to withstand this terrifying attack from her. Yi Futian's gaze was fixed on Donghuang Diyuan. She continued playing with her head lowered, so he could not see her eyes. However, he could sense her music. A musician's current emotion was reflected in their music. With Yi Futian's extraordinary attainment in music, he could tell her current status based on her song. He knew that she was perturbed by the divine requiem. Time and space seemed to halt in the sky. Only the musical storms continued rampaging the space. Both divine melodies were proficient in different territories, but Yi Futian could utilize his phantasms to intensify the tune. Judging from this point, he seemed to be better than Donghuang Diyuan in this aspect. Donghuang Diyuan had been playing with her head lowered. An intense sorrow glistened in her eyes. As she continued playing, there was actually a tint of sadness mixed in the tune of the Ukiyo song. Right at this moment, a shocking aura pierced through the music and swept towards her. She sensed the aura. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at Futian. Her gaze turned resolute. Then, she continued playing the divine melody with her head lowered. Futian moved forward in a flash, and he pointed a finger at her. It turned into a divine sword that penetrated through the musical storm and charged towards Donghuang Diyuan. Her divine phoenix let out a long cry and pounced towards Futian, accompanied by terrifying musical notes. It collided with Futian's divine body, resulting in a destructive storm breaking loose. Futian was pushed back by the power of the storm. He then stood in midair. After that, the divine requiem also gradually stopped. All his phantasms returned to his body. When Donghuang Diyuan saw this scene, she also stopped playing, and her guqin vanished. She stood up and looked at Futian. "You have lost," Futian announced as he stared at her. "Is it so?" Donghuang Diyuan cast a glance at him. "Your weak point has been exposed," Futian said. "Even though it only lasted for a split second, you still showed it." Donghuang Diyuan frowned. She did not deny it. "You're the noble princess of the divine prefecture. You are born with everything others desire. You enjoy high status and are adored by all," Futian mocked as he looked at her. "Everything about you is so perfect. There's not even a speck of shortcoming. However, why would you, the only daughter of Donghuang the Great and the noblest woman in the world, feel sad when listening to the divine requiem?" Futian's gaze was piercing as he stared at Donghuang Diyuan intently. He did not expect that the weakness of Donghuang Diyuan would be revealed by the divine requiem. Futian naturally understood what this meant. "You're so full of yourself," Donghuang Diyuan chided coldly. Her tone was emotionless. She did not admit it. Futian expounded. "The divine requiem will awaken the sadness hidden in the listeners' hearts. Someone who has never been through grief will not be affected much by the song. On a similar note, the greater the sorrow one has experienced, the more obvious their weakness will be when listening to the divine requiem. The despair hidden deep within their souls will be awakened and magnified. Given your cultivation and your will, you are surely a very strong cultivator. But you are still affected by the divine requiem. This can only mean one thing." Futian stared at Donghuang Diyuan and continued. "The high and mighty princess of the divine prefecture is not as tough as you make yourself to be. You also have an intense sorrow deep inside your heart. What have you experienced?" As he had said, the will of Donghuang Diyuan was certainly very strong. However, she was perturbed by the divine requiem and showed her weakness. It was surely because she had experienced something very sad. Given her identity, why would she have such a tragic experience? She was born high and mighty. Her starting point in life was already a goal countless people would never achieve in their lives. She was adored by many. What else could make her so grievous? Nonsense. Donghuang Diyuan's gaze was cold as she said, "My experiences are not something that you can understand." "Is that so?" Futian smiled mockingly. From the looks of it, nobody was special in the world. Even Donghuang Diyuan, who stood at the peak, was no different from commoners. Her arrogance might be a facade that she put on. Smiling, Futian said, "Sadness is a collective experience among all humans. Everyone needs to let their emotions out. Since Princess said I know nothing about your experiences, why don't you tell me about them? Perhaps I can relieve you from your grief." "Presumptuous," said Donghuang Diyuan as a terrifying aura emanated from her and surged towards Futian. Her gaze was extremely cold. Futian actually dared to speak such frivolous words. "Presumptuous?" Futian smiled as he said, "Your words are much presumptuous than mine. We are in the Devil Imperial Palace now, not Donghuang Imperial Palace. You should tone down your arrogance." Futian teased, "My cultivation is indeed not worth mentioning. However, as the princess of the divine prefecture who has access to the best training resources, your cultivation is no different from mine. It is lackluster." Judging from their performances in the battle, none of them had a significant advantage. They couldn't directly suppress each other in any aspect. They were both top existences who were proficient in all aspects. Both their combat abilities were astonishing. However, Just a moment ago, Donghuang Diyuan revealed a weak point. Her emotions were perturbed by the divine requiem, and she showed her sorrow. Buzz. A scorching gale was stirred up. Donghuang Diyuan seemed to be enraged by Yi Futian. Divine light flowed around Yi Futian. He looked straight into Donghuang Diyuan's eyes and declared, "If we were in an actual battle, I would remain undefeated due to celerity. I would not be able to do much to you, but the person who would lose in the end would certainly be you." Donghuang Diyuan could predict his attacks even when he was using celerity. However, what could she do to him if he didn't attack? If they could only restrict each other, who would win in the long run? "You would die if we were in an actual battle," Donghuang Diyuan retorted. Fascinating, right at this moment, a voice was transmitted to them from afar. The speaker was none other than the Devil Emperor. He was in the Demon God Palace. His voice rang beside them. "The two of you go way back. In the past, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing were comrades and were the two emperors of the Divine Prefecture. Now, your encounter with each other might be destiny. Stop trying to decide on a winner here. If you want to defeat each other, go and do so in a secluded place." Chapter 26-21. Still lacking? When the members of the Devil Imperial Palace heard the Devil Emperor's words, they were shocked. Their god, who they held in high regard, was actually making a joke. However, existences such as Donghuang Diyuan and Yi Futian were indeed strong enough to catch the Devil Emperor's eye. They were the most outstanding figures of the next generation. Yi Futian did not find this strange. Before this, the Devil Emperor had already revealed such sinister ideas. Yi Futian did not know what the Devil Emperor's thought process was like. He wanted Yi Futian and Donghuang Diyuan to get a room. If that happened, what would Donghuang the Great's stance be? Yi Futian did not dare to do so. Now, regardless of what reason Donghuang the Great had, he had promised publicly not to touch Yi Futian. However, if Yi Futian slept with Donghuang Diyuan, it was hard to say whether Donghuang the Great would slaughter him in a fit of rage. "What His Highness says is true." "Princess, what do you say?" said Yi Futian. His lips uttered words contrary to what he was thinking. He looked at Donghuang Diyuan and smiled as he said this. This woman was cold, arrogant, and noble. She spoke without tact and was extremely rude. He did not mind teasing her a little. Donghuang Diyuan saw that Yi Futian actually dared to respond to the words of the Devil Emperor. She swept an extremely cold glance at Yi Futian, even spewing out murderous aura. She stared at Yi Futian and said, "Although my father promised not to kill you, don't think for a second that you need not worry. In the future, you'd best not get caught by me." As she said this, she immediately turned around and flew down. She had no intention of continuing to fight. After their battle, both sides understood that it was very difficult for either side to completely defeat the other. They were equal in almost every aspect. Of course, they had not truly gone all out and used their strongest skills. If this was a real battlefield, no one knew what the outcome would be. "Princess, why don't you share your sorrows with me? I might be able to comfort you," said Yi Futian casually, ignoring Donghuang Diyuan's threats. Since her words were sharp, he wanted to see whose words would be more damaging to the other. The light of the golden divine flame flowed over Donghuang Diyuan's body. She did not turn around and continued heading down, returning to the palace. Yi Futian's expression was indifferent. He similarly headed towards the palace. Weren't they staying under the same roof? This was still the Devil Imperial Palace. The Devil Emperor arranged Donghuang Diyuan to be grouped with Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Donghuang Diyuan naturally would not wander about on her own. Although she knew the Devil Emperor would not touch her, she was also aware of her current status. She was a captive of the Devil Imperial Palace, not a guest. After she returned to the palace, Donghuang Diyuan walked over to a secluded corner. She then sat down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to cultivate. After Yi Futian landed, he came to Yu Sheng's side. He then glanced at Donghuang Diyuan. Yi Futian had gained a lot of insights from this battle. He learned Donghuang Diyuan's true combat ability. At the same time, he had a better understanding of his own ability. In terms of combat ability, he was most likely at 2 Tribulation Plane. This would put him among the very top figures. However, he was not invincible. There were many other strong cultivators in this plane. An example would be the person who captured Donghuang Diyuan. Fangru, whom Yi Futian met in the past, was also a super cultivator who was akin to a demigod. All the great emperor-level forces surely did not lack cultivators who were at the same level as him. The leaders of the top forces like Celestial Worthy Mountain Master were not a match for Yi Futian. However, the abilities of those giant-level figures from the ancient god clans still remained a mystery to him. For them to be able to command the ancient god clans, their abilities would surely not be any weaker than that of Yi Futian. He wondered whether their abilities were on par with Fangru's. He would need to test them out before he could tell for sure. Yushang, Yi Futian looked at Yushang and said, "We have successfully endured all the catastrophes. His Highness will most likely stop targeting us now. It's time for us to train." After they experienced 49 catastrophes on the demon-slaying platform, their flesh and spiritual souls were refined, and they had grown more powerful. They should train harder now to fortify their cultivation. Yusheng nodded in agreement. They were lucky to be able to survive the catastrophes. After this experience, he had a deeper understanding of demonic power. Yi Futian patted Yusheng on the shoulder. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he held his tongue. The things that the Devil Emperor had shown them and the conversation he had with them still had a great impact on Yi Futian. Cultivators in the world sought to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. They trained frenziedly and attempted to prove their way at the highest level, not knowing that even if they managed to reach that step with exceptional talent, they would still have to undergo another tribulation. The last tribulation would be to get the recognition of all the great emperors alive today. There were currently 6 great emperors in the world. Their relationships with each other were complex and formed a delicate balance. The birth of a new emperor might disrupt the world's balance. Only by preserving this delicate equilibrium of power could one remain on their throne securely. Yi Futian had a vendetta with Donghuang the Great. Being born in the original realm, the Devil Emperor claimed that Yi Futian might become an emperor. However, it was merely a possibility. After all, Yi Futian's identity was still a very sensitive issue. Yushang was similarly a dangerous individual due to him being one with the Devil Emperor. It was certainly the same for Donghuang Diyuan. There was the prior example of Emperor Yi Qing. Although all the cultivators of the various major imperial palaces sought the path of the emperor, if they truly managed to reach the imperial realm, they would most likely be in danger. Even so, the path of the great emperor was still the life goal of all cultivators. Countless cultivators attempted to seek this path. On the contrary, cultivators who were not with the major imperial palaces, such as those from the ancient god clans or other top forces, were safe even if they became great emperors. They would not offset the balance. Hence, their existences as great emperors were fine. After all, if a great emperor really emerged from the ancient god clans, they would surely not be of one mind with Donghuang the Great. Instead, they would form their own world and no longer obey Donghuang the Great's command. The other great emperors would most likely go against Yushang if he became a great emperor. Only one could exist between Yushang and the Devil Emperor. Judging from what the Devil Emperor said before, he would most likely hand over the throne to Yushang. However, in return, Yushang needed to be responsible for the welfare of the entire Devil world and withstand the catastrophes of the Devil Abyss. Obviously, Yi Futian did not wish to see Yushang shoulder the catastrophes of the Devil Abyss and suffer from endless pain. Nevertheless, it was too early to consider all these now. In the next few days, Yi Futian and Yushang cultivated quietly in the Devil Imperial Palace. Donghuang Diyuan also cultivated under the same roof as them, but she spoke very little. She was immersed in her meditation. She seemed to be well aware of her identity as a hostage. On this day, divine light suddenly lit up the sky above the Devil Imperial Palace. Dazzling light illuminated the entire palace. In the heavens above, divine light shone down, causing the cultivators in the palace to all look up in awe. Who had come to pay a visit? The Devil Emperor appeared above the demon god palace. With his hands behind his back, he raised his head and looked at the sky. His black robes fluttered in the wind, and he appeared domineering. His figure emanated the aura of a ruler of the heavens and the earth. A silhouette showed up in front of the Devil Emperor. Sensing his arrival, both Yi Futian and Yushang shifted their attention towards the sky. Their hearts trembled. Donghuang Diyuan also paused her cultivation. She stood up and looked in the direction of the visitor. Donghuang the Great is here, Yi Futian exclaimed. This was his second time encountering the king of the divine prefecture. It's been many years since we last met. Devil Emperor, how are you doing? Greeted Donghuang the Great as he stood in the sky and looked at the figure on top of the demon god palace. His voice was calm, as though he was greeting an old friend. Donghuang, what brings you to my devil imperial palace? The devil emperor asked deliberately. My daughter has stayed here for quite a while. Thank you for taking care of her. But I think it's time for me to bring her back so that she doesn't disturb your cultivation, Donghuang the Great responded. He was obviously here to bring his daughter back. She is a prisoner of war. I did not mistreat her out of my respect for you. But do you think you can leave this place with her by just uttering a few words? The devil emperor questioned. I owe you a favor. In the future, when the opportunity arises, I'll return the favor, Donghuang the Great said. At their level, they would not act recklessly even though they were opponents. If they killed the other party's descendant, they would have gone too far, and it would have triggered a massacre. Hence, both the great emperors were very cautious not to act hastily. How will you return the favor? The devil emperor said. Devil emperor, feel free to state your request if you have one, Donghuang the Great said. I have not decided on one now. I will inform you when I have made up my mind, the devil emperor replied. All right. Donghuang the Great nodded. You may bring your daughter back, the devil emperor said right away. He accepted Donghuang the Great's promise readily, not worrying that the latter would go against his own word. Even though they were enemies, they were very familiar with each other. They also trusted each other. Many thanks. Donghuang the Great nodded. Then, he looked towards Donghuang Diyuan. She rose to the sky and came to where Donghuang the Great was. Father, Donghuang Diyuan greeted. Let's go home, Donghuang the Great said. Donghuang Diyuan nodded in agreement. Before she left, she turned around and cast a glance at the palace. At this moment, Yi Futian, who was in the Devil Imperial Palace, could clearly sense that she was looking at him. From the looks of it, this woman was the type that would keep score in a relationship. Donghuang the Great and Donghuang Diyuan disappeared in the blink of an eye and left the Devil Imperial Palace. After they left, the Devil Emperor appeared in the palace where Yu Sheng and Yi Futian were. He cast an indifferent glance at them and said, even after spending so much time together, you did not manage to win the maiden's heart. It seems like you guys are still lacking. Stupefied, Yi Futian stared at the Devil Emperor. He felt that he had been insulted. The Devil Emperor said to Yi Futian, since she has left, you should leave too. The troops of the Devil World will not touch the original realm. Chapter 26-22 Donghuang the Great's Initial Resolution. Upon hearing the Devil Emperor's promise, Yi Futian bowed and said, Many thanks, Your Highness. The Ziwei segmentum is not the only force in the original realm currently. Forces from the various worlds are there too. However, the Ziwei segmentum is the largest force that is in charge of the realm. I can't say the same for the other forces, but the forces of the Ziwei segmentum will surely not become enemies with the Devil World. The two parties would not interfere in each other's business. As for allying with the Devil World to invade the Divine Prefecture together, Yi Futian dared not bring up this suggestion since the Ziwei segmentum had yet to build up the necessary strength. The Devil Emperor commanded the entire Devil World. The cultivators of the Devil World were far fewer in number than the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture. However, everyone in the Devil World was willing to join the war upon receiving the command of the Devil Emperor. In terms of unity, the Divine Prefecture was no match for the Devil World. Moreover, many top-level demonic cultivators had emerged over the years. Before this, the Ziwei segmentum was sealed away, and the cultivators who resided inside the segmentum were complacent with their achievements. They were also restricted in terms of their cultivation. The Ziwei segmentum was the last region protected by the great Emperor Ziwei, and the cultivators had been improving since Yi Futian became their palace lord. However, they were still far behind the other major worlds. The local forces of the original realm were even weaker. What would happen if Yi Futian commanded them to fight a war against the troops of the Divine Prefecture? It would be no different from sending them to die. If a world war were to erupt among the various major worlds, the forces of the Z-Way segmentum would seize the opportunity to cultivate and improve their abilities. This would be the best outcome. The Devil Emperor did not say anything else. Futian was uncertain of the former's attitude towards this matter. Your Highness, I still have one thing which I wish to ask you, Futian probed. What is it? The Devil Emperor asked. My godfather. Do not mention him in front of me. A terrifying pressure descended on Futian instantaneously and stopped him from speaking. Futian was curious to find out what happened in the past. The Devil Emperor was a heroic figure who had exceptional cultivation and charisma. This was proven based on the attitude of the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace and the Devil World towards him. He single-handedly sustained the lives of everyone here. Under such circumstances, why would Futian's godfather betray the Devil World and choose to join the Divine Prefecture? What else happened after that? Seeing the Devil Emperor's reaction, Futian knew that he couldn't get answers from the former. Futian's godfather seemed to be a taboo for the Devil Emperor. His name could not even be mentioned in front of the latter. Leave, ordered the Devil Emperor. Futian was evicted. Yes, sir. Futian nodded helplessly. He cast a glance at Yusheng. Yusheng said, I will see him out. Then, I will go join the battle against the troops of the Divine Prefecture. You don't need to go. After witnessing Donghuang Diyuan's ability, I think your cultivation needs to be fortified. For the time being, you will stay out of the war. The Devil Emperor rejected Yusheng's idea right away. You will train in seclusion with me for a period of time. I want you to be the commander of the troops of the Devil World in the future. The Devil Emperor continued, You should know that in the Devil World is not powerful enough. They are unqualified to command the armies of the Devil World with authority. Due to being trapped under the Devil Abyss, the cultivators of the Devil World lived under harsh conditions, and they held great power in higher regard than cultivators of other worlds. They respected power and not status. Yusheng fell silent for a moment and then nodded his head. He had already accepted his calling. He would bear the heavy burden of the Devil World. Futian watched all of this without saying anything. He felt emotional inside. Back when Godfather was raising Yusheng and him, was he planning for such a day? As for what the Devil Emperor did to Yusheng, did he allow Yusheng to build his own beliefs? It was very hard for one to change their beliefs. In that case, would Yusheng be going against Godfather's expectations? Even Futian could not tell for sure. Most likely, only his godfather would know the answer. Even though Futian had discovered his godfather's identity, everything about the latter remained a mystery to him. In fact, the past of his godfather appeared even more mysterious now. What exactly did his godfather experience in the past? I will take my leave now, Futian said while bowing. Then, he nodded at Yusheng, turned around, and left. The Devil Emperor turned his back against Futian and did not watch as he left. He was wondering what the future would hold for Yusheng and Futian. Exactly what plan did that person have in mind when he raised Yusheng and Futian together? Futian was not the only one speculating about what happened in the past. The Devil Emperor was guessing too. His younger brother was not simple. However, due to the difference in their beliefs, the two of them did not get along. In the end, his younger brother betrayed the Devil World and sought another path. Futian left the Devil World. At the border of the Devil World and the Divine Prefecture, he saw the troops of the Devil World surging into the Divine Prefecture. A lot of demonic cultivators rushed to the gates of the Devil World daily. There were also troops stationed at the Black River. Many lands in the North Cliff region had been conquered by the troops of the Devil World. Clearly, the Devil Emperor was serious with his ambition this time. His troops started a war and would invade the Divine Prefecture little by little. Their first step would be seizing control of the North Cliff region, which was part of the 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture. Futian traversed across the sky above the North Cliff region. Along his way, he witnessed many lands being rampaged by the demonic cultivators. Many locals who lived in the North Cliff region had migrated and left the place. Many people perished in the process too. Futian witnessed many demonic cultivators killing the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture and looting their treasures. As he observed, he wondered, who was right and who was wrong? Or rather, what was right and what was wrong? Was the Devil Emperor at fault? The residents of the Devil World suffered from the horrible environment of their world, and their lands were treated as prisons for sinners. Naturally, they bore intense grudges, and this resulted in them killing the other cultivators. The Devil Emperor did everything for the good of the Devil World. However, were Donghuang the Great and the other cultivators at fault for stopping the troops of the Devil World from invading their lands? If the troops of the Devil World seized control of the entire Divine Prefecture, the demons would descend upon the world, and the power of the Devil Abyss would corrode all the lands. How would things be then? How many people would die because of that? Each of them had their stance. All of them had beliefs that they wanted to protect. Even though Futian felt compelled to interfere in the battle, he resisted the urge. He was very powerful currently, but he was still lacking if he wanted to intervene in global affairs. Only the great emperors were qualified to decide the fate of all living beings. Futian's power was insignificant. He was not capable of making any difference. Now, he could only do all he could to protect the Ziwei segmentum as well as the forces of the original realm. Futian came to Four Corner Village in the Shangqing domain with complicated feelings. For Corner Village had already revealed itself to the world and was now very prosperous. Countless cultivators came from everywhere to Four Corner Continent. They wanted to seek the path in Four Corner Village and ask Master for guidance. However, Master was someone who did not involve himself with the world. No one managed to see him. Yet, Futian could directly meet with Master. Now, he came to Master. He bowed before him and greeted, "Master." "What is on your mind?" asked Master. His figure still felt somewhat ethereal, as though he was not real but merely an illusion. Responded Futian as he nodded his head. "I just came back from a trip to the Devil World, and now I have some doubts on my mind." "Let's hear them," said Master. "All right," said Futian as he told Master all that had transpired in the Devil World. Futian had absolute trust in Master and did not hide anything from him, including the matters regarding his godfather. Moreover, Futian's identity was no longer a secret. After he finished, Futian said, "Master, you have met Donghuang the Great before. What sort of person is he?" Donghuang the Great had previously come to Four Corner Village to seek the path. Back then, he had yet to become an emperor. "He is an idealist and is heroic," said Master as he looked at Futian. "What ideals does he aspire to?" asked Futian. "He wishes for martial arts to prosper and for all lives to be equal. He hopes that all may possess the most optimum environment for cultivation. That way, everyone can become powerful cultivators and seek the path to immortality. He desires no conflict and no loss of life," replied Master. "So, Donghuang the Great wishes for everyone in the world to attain the path. He won't mind even if others break through to the imperial realm?" Futian summarized. "That is most likely his ideal." "At least it was," Master said. Futian wondered, back then, Donghuang the Great had yet to become a great emperor. He had also yet to unite the Divine Prefecture and become its ruler. After he became the co-ruler of the Divine Prefecture together with Emperor Yiqing, he was worshipped by the crowd. Since his identity has changed and the things that he needs to take into consideration have also changed, did he desert his ideal and forget his initial resolution? Judging from Donghuang the Great's response towards Emperor Yiqing, the two of them surely had a complicated past. Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing were both great emperors of the Divine Prefecture, and their heroic tales were praised by many. They were legends. However, Donghuang the Great later betrayed Emperor Yiqing and removed his name from the annals of history, making him a taboo. Futian was still brooding on this. "I don't know," Master replied while shaking his head. Did his actions demonstrate this possibility? Futian continued to push for an answer. "Yes, but it can be a no too," Master said. "I will not speculate what I do not know." Futian nodded in agreement. What Master said was definitely right. Prejudice and subjective opinion were often mixed in one's guesses. Futian sighed and said, "Currently, the world is undergoing huge changes. What beliefs should I hold on to? What actions should I take?" Master advised, "If you have any doubts, go and seek the truth. However, what you choose in the end still depends on you. As you have said, Everyone has their own stance and beliefs that they hold on to. It is the same for you. No matter what decision you make, as long as your conscience is clear and you do not regret it, then it's good. Futian fell silent. He then nodded and bowed, saying, "Many thanks, Master." Chapter 26-23, Ziwei moving forward. Meanwhile, in the Ziwei segmentum, Futian had returned to Ziwei Imperial Palace. The war between the Devil World and the Divine Prefecture had attracted the attention of the Seven Realms, including the original realm, so that the world no longer paid as much attention to the original realm. In addition, the truce they had made with the 6 ancient god clans had ensured that all was peaceful and quiet during the time Futian was away in the Devil World. The cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace were cultivating assiduously to better themselves. As soon as they learned that Futian had returned, his 4 major disciples rushed over, and Fang Xiyuan was the first to arrive. "Master, Mistress." At the palace where Futian resided and cultivated, Fang Xiyuan and the others came to pay their respect to Futian and Hua Jieyu. Futian took a look at the 4 of them, then smiled as he focused on Fang Xiyuan and said, "Are you here to show off to your master?" Hee. Fang Xiyuan wanted to show off, but now that Futian had put him on the spot, he was a little embarrassed. He said with a smile, "No, I just want to come and report to the master." Futian nodded. "It's very good for you to be able to pass the test of the divine tribulation of the Great Path so quickly." It turned out that it was Fang Xiyuan who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path and came here as soon as he knew that Futian had returned, so he could show his master all that he had achieved. "It's all because of Master's teachings." Fang Xiyuan smiled. Master had asked Uncle Tai to bring some cultivational methods from the Shin clan when he was at the Divine Prefecture, which helped me a lot in the breakthrough this time. Later, I asked the Supreme Elder to take me to the Shun clan to cultivate their inherited method. It was indeed very powerful and was very suitable for me. It must have been inherited from someone at the level of the Great Emperor. "You are pretty bold." Futian looked at him and said, "You actually troubled the Supreme Elder to do your bidding." He knew the boy had always been pretty tenacious, but because it was his direct disciple, Lord Shan would not likely refuse his requests. "Master," Fang Xiyuan harassed the Supreme Elder multiple times already. The Supreme Elder wanted to wait for Master's return first, but he gave in and took him there, Little Ling said. Fang Xiyuan scratched his head before he glared at Little Ling and mumbled, "The spinster is busy telling on me." "In front of the master, I am always a kid," Little Ling shot back. Watching the two quarrel, Futian could only smile and shake his head. "Show me then," Futian said. Before he went to the Devil World, he had taken Blind Tai to the Shin clan in the Divine Prefecture and brought back some of their core cultivational methods and some of the direct descendants of the Shin clan as a way of keeping the Shin clan under control. The Shun clan was originally rumored to be the descendants of a great emperor, but, unlike the ancient god clan, the great emperor no longer existed to reign. But the method that he passed down as inheritance was incredibly powerful. It was indeed inherited from the great emperor since ancient times. "Yes, master." Fang Xiyuan's figure flashed and reappeared in the void. Suddenly, a sacred divine glory bloomed from him that shrouded the boundless space, causing all the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace to turn their attention that way. Behind Fang Xiyuan, a most sacred phantom seemed to emerge like a deity. Under the powerful divine glory, it seemed that all methods would be turned into dust and smoke. "Tianshan Divine Halo," Fang Xiyuan said in a low voice. At this moment, he was beaming with brilliant light, and he was looking quite invincible. Then, a terrifying storm of spatial destruction seemed to be on the verge of being unleashed. However, he took one quick look at Futian before retracting it again and did not dare release it fully. "Master, there is also Tianshan Cleave, a major attack technique that can directly cleave spiritual souls. It was not any less than the divine technique from our village." Futian nodded as he watched Fang Xiyuan retract his aura. He said, "You know how to take from others' strengths to shore up your own shortcomings and comprehend other divine methods to improve yourself. This is, no doubt, a good thing. There are too many methods of cultivation in the world stronger than ours. So, if by chance you have the good fortune to encounter some of them and they prove useful, You should always cultivate them and integrate them into your own comprehension. As he was speaking, he looked at the other three again. Fang Siyuan is but a few years older than you, and he has already gone through the trial of the tribulation. You three must work harder so as not to waste the natural way that you were born with, and also the teacher's guidance to you. Yes, master. The three of them nodded simultaneously. You may go now. Yi Futian dismissed them with a smile, and so the four bid their goodbyes and left. Watching them leave, Yi Futian smiled and mused, they are already top Huang cultivators, and one of them even entered the tribulation plane. Yet, they still behave like children. When you were away, they were not like this at all. They are only like this when they are in front of you, Hua Jieyu said with a smile. They behaved like children in front of Yi Futian because Yi Futian was the master who watched them grow up. In front of him, they had always retained a bit of childishness. But to the outside world, they were extremely impressive figures themselves. That's true, Yi Futian nodded. But the truth was he was very pleased having watched these four progress to this point. Everything was moving positively, and he hoped to buy the Z-Way segmentum some more time. Palace Lord, Murong Yu has something to report. Fang Siyuan and the others were Yi Futian students, so they could afford to be a little more casual. However, Murong Yu, as a subordinate of Yi Futian's, must observe the proper protocols. Please come in, Yi Futian said as a man walking in from outside, and it was Murong Yu. Sit, said Yi Futian. No, I'm just here to make a report, and I won't be staying long, said Murong Yu. According to outside sources, there are now more channels in the land of the original realm, and more cultivators from the dark world and the empty divine realm are arriving in the original realm daily. It is as if they are getting ready for the potential entry of an army. It may have something to do with the war that erupted in the divine prefecture. In addition, there is also news from Wangshan Palace that there are signs of cultivators appearing in the land of the divine prefecture from the human realm and the world of Buddhism. Are the effects of the war growing? Yi Futian whispered. It seems to be the case for the moment. Once the devil world and the divine prefecture are at war, the dark world and the empty divine realm may participate in the fight against the divine prefecture, while the human realm and the world of Buddhism may end up in the same camp with the divine prefecture, Murong Yu said. However, it's not clear for the time being whatever the future might hold. Our people are watching the outside world closely. Very well, Yi Futian nodded. Let's see what happens next and not take any action for now. Understood. Murong Yu nodded. After Murong Yu left, Yi Futian said, I'm going out. I'll come with you, Hua Jieyu said. Yi Futian nodded, and the two left together. They went around the Z-Way Imperial Palace and visited some of the elders. In the Starry Cultivation Court, everyone continued to work diligently. Everyone was focusing on their cultivation. How is Heavenly Mandate Academy? Yi Futian asked Hua Jieyu. Everything is fine. There is nothing serious going on right now. The third senior brother had asked Chun Yi to look after Heavenly Mandate Academy and be in charge for now, Hua Jieyu said. The third senior brother isn't there? Yi Futian asked curiously. The third senior brother went to the secret zone in the original realm that was first discovered by the Haotian clan. There is the divine seal left by the great emperor. The third senior brother is over there comprehending, and according to the second senior sister, he had made considerable progress. It has been very beneficial to his cultivation, said Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian nodded with a smile on his face. The sites of relics discovered and occupied by the 6 ancient Shen clans, such as the Haotian clan, were now affiliated cultivation sites for Z-Way segmentum. Chapter 26-24, Personal Matters. Naturally, Yi Futian was pleased to see everyone in Z-Way Imperial Palace working so diligently to improve themselves. When the third senior brother was in the Heavenly Mandate realm, he had gotten the inheritance of the demon gods. Later, in the Starry Cultivating Court, he received the inheritance of an imperial star. Now, with the comprehension of the divine seal from a great emperor, he would have possessed the inheritance from 3 great emperors. His strength had not been truly tested after the breakthrough, but it would be understandably strong. They could only wait and see. I have something else to tell you, Hua Jieyu said with a smile. What other happy news? Yi Futian asked with a smile on his face. Uncle Tai thought that while he's serving as one of the great protector, He can open up the 5th palace in Ziwei Emperor Palace, an armoring palace, and oversee its operations. It is being built right now in the Imperial Palace as we speak. This happened while you were away at the Devil World, and the Supreme Elder made the decision that was seconded by everyone. But in the end, we decided to wait for you when you come back, said Hua Jieyu. This is a good idea. How could I say no? You can make the decision on my behalf. Yi Futian smiled and added, don't forget, you are the mistress of the palace. In your absence, it is more appropriate for the Supreme Elder to decide on the affairs inside Ziwei Imperial Palace. Hua Jieyu replied with much sensibility. Yi Futian took her hand with a warm smile on his face and said, let's go visit Uncle Tai. The first time I saw Uncle Tai, I thought he was an ordinary blacksmith. It turned out that he was a hidden gem. The first time he saw Blind Tai was in the Four-Square Village, forging in the blacksmith shop there. Now, inside Ziwei Imperial Palace, an area was being allocated to build an armoring palace, which had already reached a certain scale. Yi Futian came to the main hall of a massive armoring palace and found Blind Tai, who was forging inside. At the moment, he was pounding on some materials, and a rhythmic clinking sound could be heard constantly. His movements were the same as before, solid as a mountain. Every move of repeated percussion was full of violent beauty. At this time, Blind Tai stopped and turned to face Yi Futian. The temperature inside was extremely high, and the blazing sacred fire of the great path was burning under the furnace. Palace Lord, Blind Tai called out. Uncle Tai, I have not asked you this before, but how is your armor making? Yi Futian asked with a smile. It's all right, Blind Tai nodded. When I got back to the village after I lost my eyesight, the teacher told me to forge simple items, and everything that was used inside the village was made by at that time. I was already cultivating and armoring. When I returned from the Shen clan, I passed by the village and asked the teacher for some advice. The teacher gave me some armoring techniques to practice, and I was a quick study. Not too long ago, I had managed to forge divine arms of the first tribulation. As for the armoring equipment, there was plenty in the former territory occupied by Tianyin City. They belong to us now. The armoring palace has just begun, and I haven't recruited many people. Later on, I plan to conduct recruitment on a grander scale at the Ziwei segmentum that will complete the armoring palace. Blind Tai told Yi Futian of his plan. I will fully support Uncle Tai's idea, Yi Futian said. But will this delay your cultivation? When the teacher told me to forge iron tools, it was actually a way to help me settle down. To me, this is a kind of cultivation in itself, and I will only progress further if I continue, Blind Tai replied. Very well. Yi Futian nodded. If this is the case, Uncle Tai does not need to serve as the great protector in the future, but will instead take on the duties as the Lord of the Armoring Palace. What do you think? Palace Lord, may I do both? Blind Tai asked. He still wanted to serve as Yi Futian's protector, but concentrated on armoring and forging most of the time. However, whenever Yi Futian needed him, he wanted to be there as his protector. Obviously, Yi Futian understood that Blind Tai was not coveting the position and its prestige. He glanced at Blind Tai and nodded, Fine. We will do as you wish. Lord of the Armoring Palace, while serving as the great protector as well. I will give them the order to recruit armoring cultivators at Ziwei Imperial Palace. Thank you, Palace Lord. Blind Tai nodded. Uncle Tai, please continue. I'm going elsewhere. Yi Futian said goodbye and left. After they left, Yi Futian said to Hua Jieyu, when Uncle Tai and Taoist monk Mu both get stronger, and their level of armoring and alchemy have improved, the strength of Ziwei Imperial Palace will also be magnified, far surpassing anything from the ancient god clans. Hua Jieyu smiled and nodded. With you in Ziwei Imperial Palace, the ancient god clans already cannot compete with us. Ziwei Imperial Palace potential targets are also not the ancient god clans. Just as Yi Futian was looking at Hua Jieyu, who was beside him, Hua Jieyu too was looking at him. She said with a smile, now that Ziwei Imperial Palace is moving on the right track, when will you finish handling your business? My business? Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu with some confusion. What business do I have? You have been busy with cultivation, fighting, and external affairs, and you have not paid too much attention to those around you. Emperor Xia has been kind to us in the past, and although he is now in the Ziwei Imperial Palace, he is not happy. I think you know the reason, Hua Jieyu continued. Yi Futian was taken aback, and his expression was not as relaxed as it was moments ago. He said gently, Jieyu. He did not expect Hua Jieyu to start on this topic. After all, she was the one who had accompanied you all these years. Hua Jieyu looked into Yi Futian's eyes as she continued. But what about you? Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu had also given her everything for him. If I don't care, I don't think she would either, Hua Jieyu said with a smile. How would you know? Yi Futian gave her a side-eyed look. You idiot. If she cared, she would not have stayed in Ziwei Imperial Palace to cultivate endlessly. Hua Jieyu sighed. She was just waiting for you. Yi Futian could only stare in front of him, as he had no answer to give. For someone on the verge of becoming an emperor, no one would care, Hua Jieyu continued. But could you really not care? Yi Futian looked into Hua Jieyu's eyes and saw those beautiful eyes staring right back at him without any evasiveness. Yi Futian sighed silently in his heart as his thoughts drifted back to that innocent maiden once upon a time. Could she really not care? He didn't think anyone could. On the road to becoming a great emperor, you may fail many, but some should not be overlooked, Hua Jieyu said with a smile. Then I'll talk about it after I have become an emperor. Yi Futian knocked on her head playfully and did not continue the topic. However, his heart was disturbed slightly by this talk. How could he not understand how much she had already done for him? 1. Afterward, Yi Futian went to the former territory of Haotian clan to check on Gudong SS cultivation. The imprint of the divine seal was left there by a great emperor, so he stayed there for a while to comprehend it as well. He found this divine seal to be extremely profound as it contained the will of the great emperor. As for Gu Donglu, he had already sunk deep into the cultivation of the divine seal and entered into a world completely of his own. Yi Futian, likewise, spent some time here to comprehend as well. Then, he left to return to Ziwei Imperial Palace. Under the endless starry sky, Yi Futian sat cross-legged in the starry cultivation court and closed his eyes in cultivation. He had begun yet another cultivation in retreat. In the battle between the Devil World and the Donghuang Diyuan, he realized that his combat effectiveness was still not strong enough. He needed an even more powerful offensive power. In the future, the opponents he was to face would be stronger existences than Donghuang Diyuan. Chapter 26-25, Terrorizing. In Ziwei Imperial Palace, everyone was working on their projects. Some were cultivating, some were making armor, and some were focusing on alchemy. Time passed by without anyone being consciously aware of it. Upon the land of the Divine Prefecture, more and more people were now getting involved in the war. One by one, the empty divine realm, the dark world, the human realm, and the world of Buddhism began to make their way in the arena of war and caught up in the storm of war. Today's North Cliff region was a war zone. Those who could, migrated and left. In contrast, some who were less able could only survive in all the war and chaos. After all, there were countless cultivators in each of the 18 regions in the Divine Prefecture, and not everyone could leave. Not to mention escape meant traveling across many continents and many regions. The outside world was at war, and only the original realm continued to develop. Yi Futian was quietly cultivating in the starry cultivation court. He appeared quite calm on the outside, but the world of his life palace inside, there was something extremely interesting going on. Now the world of Yi Futian's life palace was like a projection of the real world. He stood above the void as countless golden lightning burst out from his body. It was radiant to the extreme, with a tremendously sharp aura blooming from him. His body was like the sword itself. In that gigantic domain of the golden lightning, divine swords appeared. Each divine sword was shining with countless sword seals, so that those divine swords contained an incomparable aura of sharpness. Boom! In the chaotic space, that golden lightning seemed to contain powerful spatial destructive power. This imagery was somewhat similar to the scene when Donghuang Diyuan released the Tianqing Divine Sword. It was right after he fought Donghuang Diyuan that he had some inward comprehension. He wanted to realize more powerful swordsmanship to counter Tianqing Divine Sword. All the swordsmanship that he had comprehended previously were dust, fleeting, with Boundless Sword being the epitome of his comprehension of the two previous swordsmanships in totality. After he inherited the power of Ziwei the Great, he cultivated the Starry Divine Sword. These two swordsmanships followed different paths. Boundless was unhindered by time and space, with a force that could slash through everything, accomplished in a turning of the mind. The Starry Divine Sword, on the other hand, was dominant and forceful, for it was the sword of kings and emperors. It dominated all, slaughtered all. Its power was infinite. These days, Yi Futian had been comprehending these two kinds of swordsmanship to integrate the two into one coherent swordsmanship, just like the imagery in front of him. In the destructive domain of the golden lightning, every divine sword contained an unparalleled aura of slaughter, which was bred in the space of destruction. However, at this moment, Yi Futian reached out with his hand, and immediately an infinite power gathered in front of him, as the most brilliant imperial glory was shining. There, a gigantic golden divine sword appeared. This divine sword guided all the other divine swords in this area as if they were all under its command. It was the King of Swords, and in this sword, there was the imperial glory. Buzz. Along with a turning of Yi Futian's thought, the gigantic golden divine sword turned ever so slightly, as the brilliant divine glory of swordsmanship came down for the kill. Instantly inside the domain, countless divine swords fell and broke through the atmosphere effortlessly. At the same time, Yi Futian pressed his hand forward, and immediately, that gigantic golden divine sword penetrated the space and disappeared. However, it left a golden trace wherever it had passed through in the space. Boom! In the distance, the divine sword appeared instantly, extinguishing the way and the method, unhindered by time or space. All the stars in the sky had collapsed and pulverized. When he saw that brilliant sword light, Yi Futian displayed a look of satisfaction. After so long, he had finally perfected this sword. It was a sword that integrated with the starry swordsmanship of Ziwei the Great, a sword that was further evolved from the foundation of Boundless Sword. Once this sword was unleashed, it should be able to suppress Donghuang Diyuan's Tianqing Divine Sword. The sword wielded by Donghuang Diyuan was named Tianqing, whose meaning was the sword that executed punishment from heaven. Then, what should be the name of his sword? For the moment, Yi Futian had put it aside to continue his cultivation in other abilities. He was now well versed in Buddha's celerity and could come and go as he pleased without a trace. He could attack at close range in a matter of milliseconds, and his physical body was invincible. Just physical attacks alone were enough to instill fear in his opponents. He wanted to perfect his ability in close-quarter combat, thus making himself even more powerful. Yi Futian was an expert at many offensive techniques. In the world of Buddhism, he had cultivated many powerful superpowers, which could all be integrated and transformed into his own kind of power. Yi Futian closed his eyes and entered into a state of selflessness. He was completely immersed in a cultivational state. Cultivation of the superpowers was also the attainment of a state of perfection. He recalled the seal that he was comprehending before with the third senior brother Gu Donglu. Under the attack of the great emperor's divine seal, a domain of the divine seal seemed to appear, and the attack by the seal gave rise to the illusion that one was being trapped within its domain of attacks. This was an incredibly powerful move. This type of attack by the divine seal was similar to the symbol of Wan that he cultivated in Buddhism. However, the symbol of Wan was a seal that was even more overpowering, aggressive, and much stronger. The attack of the divine seal had integrated within it the abilities of other methods, but as a result, not as pure as the symbol of Wan. Any attempts to comprehend offensive techniques based on the basis of these powerful seals was going to be difficult, very difficult. After all, this was already the top-notch fighting method, or else it would be impossible for him to clash head-on with Donghuang Diyuan. The fighting method, as cultivated by Donghuang Diyuan, likewise, was also the topmost of all divine methods. Yi Futian immersed in his cultivation and comprehension. In a blink of an eye, a year passed. During this year, everyone was making progress. The armoring hall in Ziwei Imperial Palace was finished, and a group of master armorers had been summoned from Ziwei Segmentum to the armoring palace. Today, The Ziwei segmentum was considered a principality with the status of overlord in the land of the original realm. It had occupied the secret zones of many places in addition to its own cultivational resources from Ziwei Imperial Palace. Given time, they would no doubt grow stronger still. Yi Futian stopped cultivating and found the Supreme Elder, Lord Qian, instead. Is the Palace Lord looking for me for something? Lord Qian asked Yi Futian. Lord Qian, I have made some progress in my cultivation recently and comprehended some new ways of combat, but there is no one who could spar with me to try it out. I have no idea how powerful it may or may not be. May I ask your help to spar with me? Yi Futian asked. Sure. Any study with the Palace Lord will definitely help me in my own cultivation. Lord Qian would not refuse him, of course, and agreed readily. Okay, let's head up then. Yi Futian and Lord Qian moved towards the sky high above and came to the starry cultivation court, under the blanket of the starry sky. The two stood opposite each other, and both of them released a powerful aura. They were surrounded by divine light, and it dazzled and gleamed. What are the Palace Lord and the Supreme Elder intend to do? Many people raised their heads to look at the sky above. Is the Palace Lord going to have an exchange with the Supreme Elder? Some people guessed and grew excited. Immediately, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked into the firmament. Watch out, Yi Futian said to Lord Qian. I know. Lord Qian knew just how powerful Yi Futian was and that he couldn't possibly be a contender. After all, Yi Futian had slain existences that were at the same level as he. Nonetheless, he had some confidence in his own power and that it was possible for him to spar with him a little. Buzz. Yi Futian disappeared directly from the spot. He appeared in front of Lord Qian the next moment, raising his hand and slamming it down. When the strike fell, Yi Futian seemed to have turned into a golden Buddha, whose palm strikes were unbelievably overwhelming. What was even more terrifying was that when the Buddhist palm strike blasted out, it was accompanied by the sound of Buddha. Bang! With a loud boom, Lord Qian raised his hand to block it, but that powerful force sent him flying. Before he had time to grasp the situation fully, Yi Futian appeared in front of him again, still blasting him with those Buddhist palm strikes. As soon as those strikes came through, his entire person seemed to be caught up in the attack, and he felt trapped within its domain. As the sound of Buddha lingered, the horrific power of Yin emerged again at this moment that could freeze and solidify his spiritual soul. Boom! There was another loud boom, and Lord Qian felt very unwell all of a sudden. The aura of the great path exploded fiercely from his body as the divine light gleamed. He turned into the starry body, and his long robe fluttered in the wind. In the space below, everyone saw an endless trail of Yi Futian's palm strikes, blasting down again and again. Lord Qian was forced to change his positions continuously under that series of attacks. Their hearts trembled slightly. It was so sad for Lord Qian, who was beaten to the degree that he had not the strength to fight back. The Palace Lord deserved his reputation. He was simply too powerful. Stop! A voice was heard from above the firmament. Yi Futian was about to retract the giant palm print that had fallen and looked at Lord Qian when he saw Lord Qian glared at him and said, I'm not sparring anymore. Don't say that, Yi Futian said. How about you gather your strength first, and I will wait to attack when you are ready. Fine. Lord Qian nodded, and suddenly the stars in heaven released an endless starry divine light as he bathed in it. His long robe fluttered, unleashing a terrifying and awesome divine glory of the great path. At this moment, Yi Futian's lips moved slightly, and the sound of Buddha immediately surrounded him. Figures of Buddha appeared between heaven and earth in the vast space, and a massive Buddha appeared. Its presence covered the sky and sheltered the sun, completely shrouding this world. All the Buddhas resonated with one another and extended their hands at the same time. In each hand, there was a giant Buddhist handprint that was the same as the one Yi Futian used in his previous attack. In addition, the sound of Buddha that lingered between heaven and earth could also suppress all existence. Lord Qian felt this power and was about to speak. Stop! Lord Qian stretched out his hands and retracted his aura, signaling Yi Futian to stop. Yi Futian was stunned as he looked at Lord Qian. Stop, Lord Qian said. I'm not sparring anymore. Futian said with some confusion and shock. Don't you want to even try? Nope, I don't. Lord Shun simply shook his head. Doesn't he care about his dignity? Futian wondered. Futian thought that it was kind of a shame. He was not taking it seriously, and he hadn't even exerted half of his power. Now, he had no way of testing his true power. All right. Futian reluctantly retracted his aura and came to Lord Qin's side in a flash, helping him to tidy up his garment for him. Don't trouble yourself, Palace Lord. Lord Qin's mustache trembled slightly. He didn't think Futian was totally innocent in his kindness. He felt that he better not be fooled by this sudden gesture of kindness. Lord Qin, as the Supreme Elder, you deserve it. Futian tidied up his collar and said, I am currently comprehending some methods. In the future, I may have to consult Lord Qin often and seek your opinion on how powerful they are. Palace Lord, I have something else to tend to, so I will take my leave now. The corner of Lord Qin's mouth twitched a little, and he was gone in a flash. He had slipped away even before Futian had a chance to respond. Don't go, Futian shouted, sounding a little bit at a loss. Down below, many people started laughing out loud. Then, they all went back to work on their own projects. Their palace lord was too much. That was equivalent to terrorizing his fellow men. Chapter 26:26, A Powerful Ally. A beam of divine light of space suddenly lit up in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. A silhouette appeared in the spatial matrix. The person was none other than Futian. Behind him were his 4 disciples. Some of the members gathered around the matrix. When they saw Futian, they immediately bowed and greeted him, Palace Lord. Currently, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was under the jurisdiction of Ziwei Imperial Palace, where Futian was the Palace Lord. Everyone was well aware of this. Futian nodded in response. Chunyi also came close to them. Everyone, please go on with your own business. I'm here to settle some matters, said Futian to the crowd. The members were somewhat reluctant to leave. Right now, Futian was crowned deity Yi in the Heavenly Mandate realm. He was not someone they could meet whenever they wished. Futian was more like a legend in the Heavenly Mandate realm. What matters do you have here? Chunyi asked. He stood in place of Gu Donglu as the person in charge of the realm. Everything seemed fine to him. It's not related to the Heavenly Mandate realm. I am going on a trip. Please join me, Futian replied. All right. Chunyi nodded. Then, he followed Futian out. The other 4 disciples joined them too. Where is Palace Lord going? Someone asked curiously. I don't know, but I suppose that no place in the current Heavenly Mandate realm is worthy of him visiting, someone replied. There was another vast continent beside the Heavenly Mandate realm. The cultivators who resided on this continent kept in touch with people from the original realm. In the past, the force that governed this continent formed an alliance with the Heavenly Mandate realm by chance, and they moved their continent here. Time passed, and things had changed, but they had not thought of migrating to another location. This was the Shuni continent. The Lost Clan resided here. Now, the Lost Clan had freed themselves from the nightmare of wandering in the void space endlessly. They were living at a much more relaxing pace now. Even though there was turmoil in the original realm, the Lost Clan was never affected. It was because they were an ancient power, to begin with. Besides that, they were also compelling. In the past, the Lost Clan once faced the invasion of giant-level forces from various worlds. In terms of combatability, if the ancient god clans did not rely on the will of the great emperors in battle, the Lost Clan would have triumphed over all of them. There were quite a few giant-level figures among the Lost Clan. Futian had once again come to the Shuni continent to meet the Lost Clan. The cultivators of the Lost Clan all knew Futian. When they saw his arrival, they all looked at him. Soon, a familiar figure appeared in front of Futian and his group. The person was none other than Sikong Nan, the chief elder of the Lost Clan. Senior Sikong greeted Futian while bowing. Deity Yi, you're being too polite, Sikong Nan responded with a smile. What kind of title is that? Futian laughed while shaking his head. Are you not aware of this title? Now, everyone in the Heavenly Mandate realm addresses you like this. Sikong Nan stared at Futian. Obviously, he knew that Futian was the god of the Heavenly Mandate realm now. Yi Futian smiled and continued, Senior Sikong, you seem to have known that I would come to pay you a visit? Sikong Nan was not at all surprised when he saw Yi Futian. Right now, you are the ruler of the original realm. Isn't it expected that you will visit the Lost Clan? Sikong Nan responded. The two parties were allies, to begin with. Sikong Nan offered, Come, I have asked my men to prepare a feast. Let's continue our conversation over at the banquet table. Sure. Yi Futian nodded in agreement. Sikong Nan led the way, and they arrived at the place where the banquet was. Yi Futian and his group were guided to their seats. A few cultivators from the Lost Clan joined their company too. I never imagined that after so many years, the Shinny continent has never migrated elsewhere, Yi Futian told Sikong Nan as they sat down. The Lost Clan was situated on a floating landmass. They had absolute control over the Shinny continent and could choose to migrate far away at any given time. Yet the Lost Clan had not done so. They had stayed beside the heavenly Mandate realm all this while. Although the original realm is a land of conflict, it is similarly away from the conflict. It is quite nice here, replied Sikong Nan. After the storm back then, no one dared to target the Lost Clan. The Lost Clan also kept a low profile. Even though their ability was very powerful, they never placed themselves under the spotlight or fought for fateful encounters with other top forces. Therefore, they were able to keep themselves safe. Do you have any thoughts about the future of the clan? Yi Futian asked. Palace Lord Yi, you want us to join Ziwei Imperial Palace, right? Sikong Nan asked with a smile. Not join us, but form an alliance with us, just like before, Yi Futian coaxed. The Lost Clan has not encountered any trouble all these years, but you have experienced firsthand the storm in the past. Now, war has erupted among the few major worlds. No one knows when the original realm will be caught up in it too. Or perhaps one day, one of the Emperor-level forces might remember the Lost Clan and intend to annex you. After all, the current original realm is no longer under the jurisdiction of the Divine Prefecture. Yi Futian's prediction was harsh, but it was the truth. The Divine Prefecture invited us to migrate there too, but we turned them down, Sikong Nan said. In the past, to save the Lost Clan from the besiegement of all the various forces, Donghuang Diuan had personally visited the Lost Clan and announced that the latter was under the jurisdiction of the Divine Prefecture. In the past, the original realm was under the Divine Prefecture. However, things have changed now. If you join the Divine Prefecture, you will most likely lose control over a lot of things, Yi Futian said. Now, the Ziwei segmentum has built up a little heritage, and the original realm is no longer under the control of the Divine Prefecture. Senior, can you please consider allying with us again? Firstly, our alliance will allow us to take care of each other. We will be able to improve together. Secondly, after the Shinny continent is migrated into the Ziwei segmentum, no forces from the outer realms will be able to pose a threat to you. Palace Lord Yi, are you trying to make the Lost Clan pledge allegiance to you? Sikong Nan questioned. I'm not asking you to pledge allegiance to me. I am proposing a collaboration here. We will be allies, Yi Futian emphasized. Our collaboration went well last time, but it's a pity that we stopped being allies due to what happened after. Now, everything has settled down. The Divine Prefecture and the other forces initiated the World War. However, the original realm is still peaceful, and you will find great development opportunities here. It's a win-win situation for the Lost Clan and the Ziwei segmentum to ally. You're concerned that I will annex the Lost Clan, but I have never thought of such a thing. After so many years, I'm sure that Chief Elder is well aware of my personality. Yi Futian continued, if Chief Elder is worried, you don't have to move the continent into the Ziwei segmentum. We can keep things the same and visit each other through the space teleportation grand matrix. In the future, if trouble arises, only then do you need to move the continent into the segmentum. That will hopefully spare you from some future trouble. Sikong Nan nodded and replied, I naturally trust Deity Yi and am willing to ally with the Ziwei segmentum. However, the Lost Clan has pledged our loyalty to Princess Donghuang of the Divine Prefecture. If we allied with you now, wouldn't we be betraying the princess? If the Divine Prefecture wants to settle the score with us, we will be in trouble. Yi Futian responded confidently, you were forced to do so in the past. It was never your intention to pledge your loyalty to her. Back then, the original realm was under the divine prefecture. Therefore, it was an acquiescence that all the forces in the original realm would be under the divine prefecture. It did not mean that the Lost Clan was under the subjugation of the imperial palace. There are many powerful forces in the divine prefecture that are not under the command of the imperial palace. Now, even the original realm is no longer obeying the command of the divine prefecture. Since the Lost Clan is in the original realm, naturally, you are also no longer under the command of the divine prefecture. In principle, you are an independent force. It's your freedom to ally with whoever you fancy anyway. To say the least, even if the imperial palace is unhappy with our alliance, Donghuang the Great will never attack us personally. Without him being involved, with the collaboration of the Ziwei Segmentum and the Lost Clan, nobody is a match for us when we are in the Segmentum. Sikong Nan had also heard of Yi Futian's glorious battle record. As long as the great emperor stayed out of the war, nobody could invade the Ziwei Segmentum. The Shinny continent would indeed be very safe if they formed an alliance with the Ziwei Segmentum. It would be safer than them staying alone here. The world has changed greatly. Various emperor-level forces are engaged in war now. The original realm is temporarily safe and is not involved in any dispute, but no one knows what the future holds, Yi Futian pressed on. Aside from being safe, the Ziwei Segmentum also has the best environment for cultivation. Moreover, we have seized control of the bases of the 6 major ancient god clans in the original realms. All those bases own secret zones for cultivation too. We are willing to provide all of that to the Lost Clan for cultivation, so that you will be further strengthened. Yi Futian introduced, "Here are my disciples, and the protector of Ziwei Imperial Palace. 2 of them have undergone the divine tribulation of the Great Path. The other 3 disciples are currently at the peak of the Runhuang Plain, and they are good in combat too. Many other cultivators are equally powerful as them in Ziwei Imperial Palace." Sikong Nan praised, "Regardless of you or your men, all of you have improved at an astonishing speed. By now, Senior Sikong should understand my purpose here today. I am inviting the Lost Clan to ally with us. After all, we were allies in the past. It was just that we were forced to break up. I have also cultivated the teachings of the Lost Clan, so I have a deep sense of connection with you," Yi Futian said convincingly. "I have said all I wanted to say, so that I will stop here. I will let Senior decide on your own. It's all right, even if the Lost Clan rejects my offer. We are still friends. I will take my leave now." As Yi Futian said this, he stood up and bid Sikong Nan farewell. "Palace Lord Yi, please allow me to first discuss this matter with the others," Sikong Nan said. "I can't make this decision alone." "All right." Yi Futian nodded. Then, he sat down while Sikong Nan left the banquet. After a moment, Sikong Nan returned to the banquet. A few elders accompanied him. They all looked at Yi Futian as Sikong Nan announced, "The Shunyi continent has decided to migrate into the Ziwei Segmentum." Yi Futian was quite thrilled when he heard this announcement. However, on the surface, he calmly smiled and appeared nonchalant. He nodded and responded, "The Ziwei Segmentum is honored to be able to continue being an ally of the Lost Clan." "Palace Lord Yi, you spoke too humbly. There are many things we will need to rely on you for in the future," Sikong Nan said. "All right. I will settle everything on the Ziwei Segmentum side," Yi Futian said while nodding. He was extremely excited. He was certainly in ecstasy to be able to dupe such a powerful ancient clan into the Ziwei Segmentum. With the Lost Clan around, even if Yi Futian were not in the Ziwei Segmentum in the future, Ziwei Imperial Palace would be safe in most instances. Chapter 26-27. A major figure from the Dark Court. Yi Futian ruled over the Ziwei Segmentum. When the Shinny continent migrated into the Segmentum, the Lost Clan was practically in his hands. The intention of Yi Futian inviting the Lost Clan to join the Segmentum was because he wanted to fortify the power of the Ziwei Segmentum. However, he would not mistreat the Lost Clan. The Shinny continent would be placed directly beside the main planet in the Ziwei Segmentum. Besides that, Yi Futian would build a teleportation grand matrix that connected the Lost Clan and Ziwei Imperial Palace. Moreover, the cultivators of the Lost Clan could utilize all the resources available in Ziwei Imperial Palace for their cultivation. If he wanted the Lost Clan to take action in the future, he naturally had to gain their trust. Yi Futian also allowed Lord Shen and Sikong Nan to meet and get to know each other. In the future, they could directly liaise with each other on matters of both parties. After arranging all this, Yi Futian continued cultivating. He was used to being a hands-off manager. Just like that, several more years passed. These past few years, countless people had died in the war between the six realms. They had been in a prolonged stalemate. All sides did not dare to act too aggressively, all of them holding back. Donghuang Imperial Palace rallied the various cultivators of the Divine Prefecture to join the war. However, many forces had not responded. The more powerful the force, the more likely they did not react and acted perfunctorily. The difference between the situation in the Divine Prefecture and the Devil World was very drastic. As a force of the ancient god clans, Tianyin City was similarly perfunctory. They had set a group of members to participate in the war effort, but very few of their core cultivators were among those sent. As for the absolute heir of Tianyin City, he had not gone out at all, let alone join the war. Right now, in the City Lord office of Tianyin City, there was a unique space. This was a domain of divine fire. Inside this space, it was an independent world. Wang Xiao of Tianyin City was bathing in fire and cultivating. He forged an armory zone in the space and was forging divine arms. Terrifying scorching currents consumed his figure, causing his entire person to be bathed with flame. His figure was constantly being tempered. What was even more frightening was that an illusory face seemed to appear in the entire spatial domain. It seemed to be observing his every action. Sizzle. As Wang Xiao forged away, the scorching divine fire poured over his figure, imprinting in his body. Gradually, Wang Xiao's body seemed to be formed from golden divine flames. It was as though he was clad in golden armor. He appeared extremely dazzling. "Ah!" yelled Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao let out a deep roar. He seemed to be in excruciating pain. His muscles were twitching all over his body. If you want to defeat him, a mere body of Wei is insufficient. You need to forge a divine body to stand a chance, said the illusory figure. It seemed to be spurring Wang Xiao on. Wang Xiao ground his teeth as he continued to withstand the pain. The pain gradually numbed his nerves. The terrifying divine fire poured down over his body. His body became more and more frightening. The entire region was a domain of divine fire. There was an external force protecting him. It seemed to come from the illusory figure. In Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian was cultivating in seclusion. Just then, someone came calling for him. Yi Futian stopped cultivating and looked at the person who had come. It was Old Ma. "Palace Lord," greeted Old Ma as he bowed slightly. "Old Ma, there is no need for formalities between us," said Yi Futian. "What has happened?" "Someone is looking for you," replied Old Ma. "Who?" asked Yi Futian, somewhat curious. Normal matters were naturally handled by Lord Chun and the others. They would not disturb Yi Futian's cultivation. If the person had come looking for him, that meant that the former was not just any ordinary person. "It is someone from the Dark Court," answered Old Ma. Yi Futian revealed a strange expression. Why was a cultivator of the Dark Court looking for him? "The person who has come is very, very powerful. Even Lord Chen is not confident that he can defeat them," continued Old Ma. Yi Futian nodded his head as his expression turned serious. It seemed that a major figure of the Dark Court had come. "Let's go," Yi Futian said. Regardless of how formidable a cultivator might be, they could not possibly act recklessly as long as they were in the Ziwei segmentum. This was a world under the absolute control of Yi Futian. The two of them left where they were and moved towards Ziwei City. Yi Futian did not bring others with him except Old Ma. After the group from the Dark Court arrived in the segmentum, they occupied a palace. When Yi Futian reached the place, he saw several cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace around. Lord Chen and Feng Xiyuan were present too. Clearly, all of them were worried that the cultivators from the Dark Court would act rashly. "Palace Lord," the crowd greeted Yi Futian as they bowed slightly. Yi Futian nodded and said, "All of you, wait for me here." After he gave this order, he went into the palace alone with Old Ma. He stopped in front of a courtyard. Quite many cultivators from the Dark Court were gathered here. Two of them had unfathomable cultivation. Yi Futian glanced at the crowd and said, What business does the Dark Court have with us? Someone wants to meet you, a cultivator from the Dark Court replied. And who would that be? Yi Futian inquired. All of you, stand down, a voice commanded. Understood. The cultivators from the Dark Court nodded their heads obediently. They bowed in the direction of the room before leaving. Even the two top figures also nodded and left the place. Yi Futian was the only one left in the courtyard. Creak. The door opened. Yi Futian peeked inside and saw a slender figure draped in a cloak walk out. The person's head was slightly lowered, and the cloak veiled their face. This person appeared mysterious. The person seemed to be a maiden since she had a slim figure. Even though her legs were long, they were slender. She stopped not far away from Yi Futian. She raised her head slightly and stared at him with her jet-black eyes. After that, she removed her cloak and revealed her cold but beautiful face. Her eyes shone as brilliantly as the cold moon in the dark night, sending a chill down others' spines. One could faintly sense danger as they locked eyes with her. As Yi Futian looked at her face, he felt somewhat familiar, but he couldn't pinpoint who she was. Right at this moment, the maiden suddenly smiled at Yi Futian. Her smile was like a beam of sunshine in the dark world. It was warm and gave people hope. "Elder brother," she called gently. She seemed somewhat shy. Her greeting instantly pulled Yi Futian down memory lane. When the chaos in the original realm first began, the Dark World invaded the Hidden Land realm. The gate of hell opened as the troops of the Dark World descended. Yi Futian found a girl in the Dark World. She was hunted by many parties and was always hiding. She did not have any cultivation, yet she could cause the death of Renhuangs. She claimed herself to be cursed. She was born to bring calamity to those around her. Whoever was close to her would be doomed. Despite that, Yi Futian still brought her back to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Unfortunately, not long after, the Dark Court invaded the Heavenly Mandate realm. The Lord of the Underworld personally led a troop of the Dark Army to invade the realm and forced Yi Futian to hand the girl over to him. At that time, the passageway that connected all the worlds had yet to be activated, so the scale of the invasion back then paled into insignificance with that of today. However, the Heavenly Mandate Academy back then was similarly much weaker and could not withstand the besiegement. In the end, the girl chose to leave with the Dark Court. Their encounter was so long ago that Yi Futian had slowly forgotten about it. Yi Futian once named the girl Yi Qingyao. Chapter 26-28. Heading to join the war? Yi Futian revealed a dazzling smile as he looked at the somewhat familiar face before him. He said, "You are all grown up. I nearly did not recognize you." As he said this, he extended his hand to caress Yi Qingyao's head like he used to. Yi Qingyao's body wanted to move out of the way out of habit. However, she turned stiff and did not do so. Her gaze was somewhat excited. For so many years, let alone touching her head, very few people even dared to approach her. She wondered, if the members of the Dark Court witnessed this scene, what sort of expressions would they have? "Qingyao, have you been well all these years?" asked Yi Futian caringly. In his mind, Yi Qingyao was still that self-abased little girl that believed she would bring bad luck to those around her. Back when Qingyao was taken away to the Dark World, Yi Futian was very sad. He did not know what future was in store for her. However, now that he saw that she held such a high position in the Dark Court, he felt more at ease. Now that he thought about it, he had given her her name. She had even taken up his surname. Yi Qingyao shook her head and softly said, "I have always been doing well." Regardless of what position she held now in the Dark World, when she saw the familiar face before her, she was instantly brought back to the turning point of her fate. Before, she was merely an orphan whom no one bothered about. Everyone either bullied her or avoided her. Some even wanted to capture her. Her life was dark and gray, without a shred of hope. Although Yi Futian had not known her for very long, he was the most important person in her life. He had given her hope and was a beam of light in her life. She would never forget the time when the army of the Dark World invaded. Haze loomed over Heavenly Mandate City. For her, Yi Futian did not hesitate to wage war against the Dark Army. No one could imagine how moved she was back then. She always believed that the elder brother who gave her a name also gave her a new life. From that day forth, No one could take Yi Futian's place in her heart. For countless years, this emotion gave her the strength to move forward. She always held on to her unwavering belief. Although they had not met for decades, in a way, Yi Futian had always been beside her as she grew up. No one could understand this feeling that she felt, just like no one could understand the despair and helplessness of that innocent little girl in the past. If she knew that it was you, Yaya would definitely be pleased, said Yi Futian. How is she now? Asked Yi Qingyao caringly. Yaya similarly held a place in her heart. Back then, Yi Futian and Yaya had brought her out of her despair together. She is doing very well. She is cultivating in seclusion in Ziwei Imperial Palace. Wait a moment while I go and bring her to see you, said Yi Futian. I will go with you, elder brother, said Yi Qingyao with a gentle smile. The members of the Dark Court had never seen this side of her before. All right, replied Yi Futian as he nodded his head. I can show you around Ziwei Imperial Palace while we are at it. Yi Qingyao nodded. The two of them headed out of the palace. As they left the courtyard, silhouettes with very powerful cultivations silently appeared. They were the cultivators from the Dark Court. They all followed her. All of you, wait here, ordered Yi Qingyao coldly as she stepped into the courtyard. Her cloak veiled her face. Even Yi Futian, who was beside her, felt a chill run down his spine when he heard her command. Yi Futian knew that Qingyao was no longer the girl of misfortune from the past. He had mixed feelings about her. Back then, Qingyao was brought away by the Dark Court. Now, she held a high position there. From the looks of it, her standing in the Dark Court might be higher than what he imagined. Unfortunately, Yi Futian did not fancy the Dark World. He even felt repulsion toward them. However, did Qingyao have a choice to decide her fate? She did not. Would Yi Futian project his dislike of the Dark Court on Yi Qingyao? Certainly, he was not in the position to do so. Yi Qingyao's childhood was a tragedy. She was forcefully taken away by the Dark Court. She could not decide her fate at all. Understood. Nobody from the Dark Court disobeyed Yi Qingyao's command. All of them stayed put where they were. They also seemed not to be worried about her safety. The higher-ups in the Dark Court also vaguely knew about the relationship between Yi Qingyao and Yi Futian. Moreover, even without this relationship, if Yi Futian dared to touch Yi Qingyao, the Ziwei segmentum would be reduced to ashes. On the other hand, the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace were very confused about what was happening. Why would their palace lord bring this major figure of the Dark Court away? Follow them, someone said. With a flash, they went up into the sky and followed Yi Futian. Their pursuit led them back to Ziwei Imperial Palace. In Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian and Yi Qingyao came to one of Emperor Xia's palaces. Yaya was cultivating here. When she saw Yi Futian's arrival, she stopped her training and came close to him. She stared curiously at Yi Qingyao, who stood beside Yi Futian. Yaya, come and see who has come to visit you, Yi Futian said with a smile while Yi Qingyao removed her cloak. Similar to Yi Futian, Yaya did not recognize Yi Qingyao at first glance. After all, Yi Qingyao was still very young when they parted ways. Both her looks and her temperament had undergone tremendous changes since then. Elder sister, Yi Qingyao greeted. Are you Qingyao? Yaya asked somewhat dubiously. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. Instantly, Yaya beamed with joy. She approached Yi Qingyao and held her hands, exclaiming, You are all grown up now. Yaya, are you aware of how many years have passed? Yi Futian teased. What did she mean by Yi Qingyao having grown up? Elder sister is still the same. Time has no effect on you, Yi Qingyao said as she stared at the familiar face before her. Yaya still felt somewhat surreal. She asked, Were you cultivating in the Dark World? Yes. Yi Qingyao nodded. I have been worrying about you all these years. Now that I have seen you safe and sound, I can rest my worries, Yaya said with a smile. She could finally lift a weight off her mind. Yi Qingyao felt warm inside. There was actually someone in this world who still remembered her. Qingyao, do you have other matters you need to attend to during your trip to the original realm this time? Asked Yi Futian. Yi Qingyao made her appearance for the first time after so many years. She would most likely have some serious business to attend to. I have always wanted to visit Elder Brother, but I was not allowed to leave the Dark Court until recently, Yi Qingyao explained. This time, I am heading to the Divine Prefecture. As she mentioned the purpose of her trip, a glint of dark aura flashed in her jet-black eyes. Futian acutely sensed a terrifying death will from her. However, it disappeared in an instant. This caused his heart to tremble. Such a menacing death will. Qingyao was actually heading to the Divine Prefecture to join the war. Unbeknownst to him, Qingyao was actually thinking about something else. She had heard rumors of many forces in the Divine Prefecture mistreating Futian. They even attempted to kill him numerous times. Chapter 26-29. The Reaper and the Favored Son of Tianyin. Futian felt some conflict in his heart. He didn't expect Qingyao to participate in the war. Yushang, too, would inevitably participate in the war on behalf of the Devil World in the future. His relationships with all these other realms were a little complicated. The Divine Prefecture, naturally, needed no more explanation. He had always belonged under the rule of the Divine Prefecture. As to the world of Buddhism, it was a place where he had gone to seek instruction and received a lot of teaching in return. At one point, he had even preached Buddhism, and Hua Qingqing had once accompanied the Buddha in cultivation as well. As far as the Devil World was concerned, Yushang's relationship with him needed no more description, and now, Qingyao held a high position of power in the Dark World. These relationships were now kind of a mess. Futian didn't try to persuade anyone. Just as the Devil Emperor had said, everyone had their position to consider. He could not possibly control any of this. All he could do was tell Qingyao, if you are going to the Divine Prefecture to participate in the war, you must watch your back. The Battle of the Six Realms would be unimaginably dangerous. I know. Qingyao nodded. The three of them chatted a while longer before Qingyao left. Soon after, someone below sent the news that Qingyao had left Ziwei Segmentum with the cultivators from the Dark Court, presumably heading towards the Divine Prefecture. Old Ma. In Ziwei Imperial Palace, Futian summoned Old Ma. Old Ma came over and waited on his orders. On my behalf, tell everyone to monitor the movements of the battlefield of the Six Realms in the Divine Prefecture and make reports regularly, Futian said. Before, he had been concentrating on cultivation and the development of Ziwei Segmentum's prowess. However, as the war intensified, more and more cultivators were getting involved. Futian was now starting to pay close attention to this battle of the Six Realms. Very well, Old Ma nodded, then left to prepare to send envoys to the North Cliff region into the Divine Prefecture. After Old Ma left, and Futian continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. A few months later, a major event took place in Ziwei Segmentum. It was a major event that got everyone extremely excited. Aside from Futian, and after the Supreme Elder, Lord Qin, Ziwei Segmentum had produced yet another giant figure who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. More importantly, this person was none other than the Lady of the Palace, Hua Jieyu. Decades had passed, and Hua Jieyu had finally taken this extremely critical step. Nowadays, Futian had the combat power of three major giants: Futian, Lord Qin, and Hua Jieyu. They had quite a few cultivators in the first tribulation plane already, such as Emperor Shi, Murong Yu, Taoist Monk Mu, Blind Tai, Gu Donglu, Hua Qingqing, Qin Yi, Yang Wuqi, and Fang Siyuan. Such a terrific group of people, no matter where they were, had to be first-rate. Aside from the inheritance of the great emperors, this caste might even be stronger than any ancient god clans in the Divine Prefecture. Furthermore, now that Shuni Continent was also part of the Ziwei Segmentum, there were many top cultivators. If they were to be lumped together, the strength of the Ziwei Segmentum would indeed be even more astounding. Naturally, everyone in the Ziwei Segmentum rejoiced after Hua Jieyu had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, but none of them were more pleased than Futian. The two of them, husband and wife, were now both giants. Ziwei's strength was getting more spectacular. But at this time, news came from the Divine Prefecture of the Upper Worlds that the battle of the Six Realms had grown more fierce. A mysterious cultivator had emerged out of the Dark Court, known as the Reaper. Every time she appeared, she was hidden in a cloak, and no one had been able to see her true physical form or her face. But wherever she passed, living things died. If anyone so much as to stare her into her eyes, they would be eroded by death until they succumbed completely. Any place that the Reaper had appeared, the great path dried up, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was exhausted. Everything turned into death and silence without the slightest hint of life. On the battlefield, unknown numbers of cultivators had died in her hands. She had passed through some continents in the North Cliff region, and wherever she passed, no life could exist. For a while, the people from the North Cliff region fled frantically. Even those who couldn't really escape tried and risked everything to run away. They had no choice. Staying behind was a dead end for them. After Futian had gotten the news, a shadow loomed over him. Obviously, he knew who this mysterious Reaper was, Yao. He would have never expected that Yao would achieve fame so quickly, almost as soon as she stepped into the battlefield, and in such a dramatic way, no less, to be known as the Reaper. Once upon a time, she was just a sad little girl, abandoned by the world with no one to count on. Futian knew that Yao had changed. She was no longer the same Yao that she once was, but he didn't expect the change to be so terribly drastic. The Reaper had sent shockwaves through the Divine Prefecture. Soon after, the top cultivators of the three realms, the Divine Prefecture, the world of Buddhism, and the human realm, began their mission to hunt down the Reaper. At the same time, Donghuang Imperial Palace officially ordered all the top forces in Divine Prefecture to join the war. Anyone who could kill the Reaper from the Dark Court would receive a handsome reward and the opportunity to cultivate at the Imperial Palace, receiving instructions from Donghuang the Great himself. Some principalities responded while some others chose to stonewall. But at this time, a group of cultivators came from Tianyin City and officially stepped onto the battlefield. After they stepped into the battlefield, they bulldozed over many cultivators from the three major worlds who had invaded the Divine Prefecture with deadly force. They were undefeated wherever they went, and the deterrent power of one ancient god clan seemed to be even greater than Donghuang Imperial Palace. And this was all because of one person. The favored son of Tianyin City, the heir of Tianyin the Great, Wang Xiao. For the first time since the several defeats that he suffered at the hands of Futian, Wang Xiao appeared in front of the world once again and shocked them with his outstanding performance. The Wang Xiao who appeared this time was more terrifying than ever and was way too frightening. One could say that he had completely transformed and become another person. Even the city lord of Tianyin himself, if participating in the battle, would not be scarier than Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao, as he appeared in front of the world, bathed in the armor of golden flames, holding sky tremoring, descended on the battlefield like a true deity. He was above everything, and no one could stop him. In this world, there were very few who could claim the ability to totally harness imperial arms. Wang Xiao, in addition to his own terrifying strength, could control imperial arms. For a time, the name of Wang Xiao from Tianyin City once again resounded throughout the world, suppressing even the fame of the Reaper. It was as if he wanted to end the battle of the six realms all by himself. The news reached Ziwei Imperial Palace and into the ears of Futian. Yao had become the Reaper. Wang Xiao, once again, exhibiting his unparalleled majesty to the world was something Futian had not expected. However, even though he quite despised Wang Xiao from their encounters before, it was a fact that Wang Xiao could control the imperial arms. If it weren't for the protection of Ziwei the Great, Wang Xiao, as aided by imperial arms, was enough to sack Ziwei Segmentum. "I am taking a trip to the outside," Futian said to Hua Jieyu. "Where to?" Hua Jieyu asked. "The Divine Prefecture," Futian said. "I want to go to the North Cliff region to take a look." "I'll go with you. Now that my cultivation has elevated, I won't hold you back," said Hua Jieyu. "No." Futian shook his head instead and pinched Hua Jieyu's cheek. He said with a smile, "That is a battlefield there. What will you do there? It's easier for me to come and go without a trace by myself." "As you wish." Hua Jieyu didn't argue with him. If Futian didn't want her to go, then she wouldn't go. Chapter 2630, The Battlefield. In the North Cliff region, the Battle of the Six Realms covered an area of several continents. The coalition forces, headed by the Devil World and supplemented by the Dark World and the Empty Divine Realm, had very nearly captured all of the Northern Cliff region. Nowadays, the Northern Cliff region in the Divine Prefecture was in a fallen state. Right this moment, the army, as led by the Devil World, was stationed on a continent at the edge of the northern cliff region. On the bordering continent, there was an army led by the Divine Prefecture, aided by the human realm and the world of Buddhism. At this moment, above a continent somewhere, Futian appeared. He looked down and surveyed the vast landmass beneath him. There were unknown numbers of cultivators as far as the eyes could see. Powerful cultivators were stationed everywhere. The exact number of cultivators in the 6 realms was unknown. During times of peace, they were everywhere. But now, they had gathered together at the time of war and formed a massive group with unimaginable prowess. During Futian's travel in the sky above, he had passed through some continents and saw they were greatly devastated. Some continents were completely destroyed by acts of war. In many places, corpses littered everywhere. Many cultivators had perished. At any given time in history, a war at this scale would inevitably have such a result, with considerable loss of lives and dire consequences. Futian continued moving forward. The further he went, the closer he was to the heart of the battlefield, and the cultivation of the army was greater. In fact, a war on this scale was more about competing with the forces on the top. If top-level cultivators could secure an absolute advantage, then the matter of winning could more easily be determined. Cultivators below the realm of Renhuang weren't actually very useful. Therefore, the armies were mostly made up of Renhuang cultivators. Under the command of Donghuang Imperial Palace, there were several legions of Renhuang that dominated the army. In truth, their existence had always been in preparation for war. Although the Divine Prefecture had been quiet for hundreds of years, war was never very far from their minds. When the two sides first began to clash, they both exercised reservations. Those cultivators above the realm of Renhuang would not indiscriminately kill those in the Renhuang realm. It was a battle of equals. Top figures would only engage other top figures, while the army of Renhuang would only fight with Renhuang cultivators. But as the battle grew more fierce, the situation on the battlefield began to change. Today's war had gotten more radicalized. Both sides had begun to carry out large-scale slaughters, and the top figures were beginning their sweeps. In the several engagements previously, many cultivators had already perished. Most of those who perished were by the hands of the Reaper from the Dark Court and Wang Xiao from Tianyan City. Their killing sprees were simply a materialization of madness. With a single thought, the Reaper could turn an infinite space into the dead zone. A single blow from Wang Xiao's imperial arms could penetrate an entire continent. It was inconceivable just how destructive their powers were. Futian moved along the battlefield at an extremely fast speed. He saw many places in a state of destruction, and some continents were even broken into pieces. In the heat of the battle, even the continents had collapsed. As he continued to move forward and came to the forefront of this continent, he could see that the cultivation of the cultivators there were much stronger and surmised that they ought to be the cultivators at the core of the battle. At this moment, both sides seemed to be at a truce and in the process of regrouping. After all, no one could endure endless battles. A series of divine consciousness swept over Futian, and many powerful figures appeared in the ground below. Who is it? Someone's voice rang in Futian's ears, just as Futian's divine consciousness swept toward the other as well, without too much scruple. In today's world, there were not many who could surpass him in ability. Even if they could defeat him head-on, they may not be able to keep up with him in guerrilla tactics. His divine consciousness also swept toward the others. In one territory, there were many top cultivators there, and even some who possessed terrifying auras. Every one of them had extraordinary temperament with equally extraordinary origin. Buzz. Several people appeared high in the sky, directly blocking Futian's path forward. Each of these people had a powerful aura and stared at Futian as they asked him, "Which side are you from?" Futian revealed a strange look. There were not many who did not recognize him. These people did not seem to be from the Divine Prefecture. Ignoring the question, Futian took a step forward and disappeared from where he was. The other's face suddenly changed, revealing a look of surprise. Did he just leave like that? "It's Futian." A middle-aged man with extraordinary temperament said, "I didn't think he would come to the battlefield." "The first man of the original realm?" a young man asked. Obviously, they knew of Futian. Now, In the land of the six realms, of all the top-level figures, there were few, if any, who did not know who Yi Futian was. Yes, it is unexpected for him to be here at the battlefield. But what is he doing here on the battlefield? The person who just spoke asked with curiosity. Because of the battle of the six realms, the original realm is temporarily out of the play. Why does he bother coming over here instead of cultivating there in peace? The young man smiled and replied. Now that no one had the time to pay attention to the original realm, shouldn't Yi Futian seize this opportunity and focus on improving his strength? It has nothing to do with us. If Wang Shao knew that he was here, he would want to kill him. However, Yi Futian cultivates Buddha's celerity. It is not a sure thing whether he can be caught or not. Just as Yi Futian suspected, these people were not cultivators from the divine prefecture, but powerful cultivators from the human realm. They may not have recognized Yi Futian at first, but given time, they all caught on. Yi Futian's figure appeared in another space as he continued moving forward above the battlefield. But, at this moment, he faintly felt that someone was spying on him, and his brows knitted together slightly. Then a voice was heard saying, "Benefactor Yi, it's been a long time." As his divine consciousness made the scan, Yi Futian looked in a direction quite a ways away and saw a group of cultivators somewhere far from him. Yonder, there was a sacred light of auspices as the light of Buddha gleamed. Among them, there were several acquaintances Yi Futian recognized. The person who spoke, surprisingly, was Tongchan Arhat. Not far from him, Shunyan Arhat was also present. His eyes turned into a golden color, and the light of Buddha was shining and penetrating through the space as he directed his gaze at Yi Futian. By now, the cultivation of these two Arhats was very profound as well, as they had both survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. They were now considered existences at the level of the great Buddhas. In another direction, there were a few more terrifying Buddha lords. Among them, there were Tongchan Buddha Lord and Shinyan Buddha Lord. At that time, Yi Futian had come into contact with many Buddha lords in the Western world of Buddhism and had gotten to know their personalities very well. It was not surprising that these two Buddha lords would come here to join the fight. Compared to these two Buddha lords, Wutian Buddha Lord and Tianyin Buddha Lord were more in line with Buddhist philosophy and were more friendly towards him. "Greetings to the Buddha lords," Yi Futian said across the air, but did not salute them. He merely put his hands together, which was regarded as a sign of respect to Buddhism. He never had a good feeling about these two Buddhas. Especially when he left Spirit Mountain, chased by Zhenchan, he highly suspected these two Buddha lords were involved in it as well. Shinyan Buddha Lord, in particular, had even spied on his comings and goings with his divine dyes and helped Saint Zhenchan to hunt him. Nevertheless, he would not be so foolish as to start fighting with them now. After all, he did have a relationship with the world of Buddhism. The Lord of all Buddhas, as well as several other Buddha lords, had been kind to him and taught him Buddhist methods. This war that had ensnared the six realms had reached so many cultivators at the top. Except for the principalities of the divine prefecture, the world of Buddhism and the human realm had dispatched their high-level cultivators here. Of course, there were also the dark world and the empty divine realm to consider. Chapter 26:31 Mighty. Is Benefactor Yi here to render aid to the divine prefecture? To destroy the allied forces of the devil world, the dark world, and the empty divine realm? Tongchan Arhat clasped his hands together and asked Yi Futian. His temperament was outstanding as he wore a smile on his face. Overall, he gave people a feeling of being incredibly friendly. However, Yi Futian knew Tongchan Arhat to be a very scheming individual, and what he specialized in was the cultivation of telepathy. Still, Yi Futian was a little curious. Now his strength was much greater than that of Tongchan Arhat, and he wondered if the telepathy of the other would be effective on him. He smiled as he looked at Tongchan Arhat. A thought surfaced in his mind. As he was observing the look on Tongchan Arhat's face, he saw that the expression of the other remained unchanged, and he could not fathom what he was thinking. Yi Futian then put the thought in his mind aside. After all, in addition to Tongchan Arhat, Tongchan Buddha Lord was also here. This kind of individual with a superpower would be no weaker than him. Perhaps he would be able to see what was on his mind. When facing Tongchan Buddha Lord and Tongchan Arhat, He would do well to watch himself when he dealt with them. I cultivated in the original realm, and I don't belong to any of the 6 realms. I stand alone and do not join with any other forces, so I am in no position to intervene in the battle of the 6 realms, Futian replied. Benefactor Yi was once from the Divine Prefecture, and the original realm was part of the Divine Prefecture. Not to mention you had spent considerable time at the world of Buddhism. The Devil World, the Dark World, and the empty Divine Realm have now invaded the Divine Prefecture and disrupted the lives of every living being. Benefactor Yi is someone who has a destination with Buddhism and has extraordinary strength. You ought to help defeat the evil and defend what is right, Tongshan Arhat proclaimed loudly, persuading Yi Futian to take action. I am of average aptitude, and my cultivation is shallow. I do not have such high aspirations as the Arhat. The matter of eliminating the evils of the world and defending the righteousness is better served by the Arhat and the other Buddha's lords. Yi Futian responded with a smile, calm and easy as if they were chatting casually. What was right and what was evil? Although the Devil World was the invading force, hadn't Divine Prefecture forces invaded the original realm and attacked Ziwei once upon a time? At that time, who had stepped forward to fight against evil and defend righteousness? The good and evil in the world could not be so easily judged by a single word. He couldn't preside over the battle of the 6 realms because he could not intervene. The Devil World and the Reaper from the Dark Court were inextricably linked to him as well. Is that so? A cold, sarcastic voice said. The tone was not as friendly as Tongshan Arhat. The man who spoke at this moment was none other than Tongshan Buddha Lord. He looked at Yi Futian and said, I heard that you had gone to the Devil World to cultivate, and Yu Sheng, your good friend and brother, is now a giant in the Devil World, the heir of the Devil Emperor. Later, the Dark Court had paid you a visit in Ziwei Segmentum. It was said that the Reaper was also present. These are all true, aren't they? Tongshan Buddha Lord stared at Yi Futian with terrifying eyes. A golden light of Buddha flowed inside of them as if he wanted to see through everything. At the same time, there was a mysterious and unfathomable power that shrouded Yi Futian. Clearly, he wanted to see into Yi Futian's thoughts. Yi Futian fixed his attention on Tongshan Buddha Lord with a smile on his face. His expression did not change because of what the other had said, but at the moment when the other asked the question, he did move a thought in his mind. Although he covered it up quickly and didn't think about it anymore, the other could still spy some of it. At least this was for real. Just as I thought. Tongshan Buddha Lord stared at Yi Futian across the air. It seems that Benefactor Yi not only not intends to stand on the side of the Divine Prefecture to help eliminate these invaders, but you also want to help the Devil World and the Dark World to invade the Divine Prefecture? Honestly, Yi Futian felt quite indifferent inside. He thought that the other knew what had happened in the Devil World and the Ziwei Segmentum, although this was not some big secret, and they were easy enough to uncover. This, at least, proved that the others had spies hidden somewhere. Whether it was the Devil World or the Ziwei Segmentum, spies were watching their every move. It seemed that he was still too naive. Over the years, the Ziwei Segmentum had gathered cultivators from everywhere to enter Ziwei Imperial Palace to cultivate and strengthen the Ziwei Imperial Palace. There was a large number of people that were recruited. Though it was not so easy to become part of the core group at Ziwei Imperial Palace, it was not so difficult to enter the Ziwei Imperial Palace to cultivate. To dispatch 1 or 2 spies inside would not be a difficult task for any of these principalities. Therefore, he assumed that the Devil World and the Ziwei Segmentum might have already been compromised. I have something I want to ask the Buddha Lord, Yi Futian asked. Tongshan Buddha Lord looked at him and said, Please. The Buddha Lord is an expert in telepathy and can spy on the thoughts of others at will. However, only the Buddha Lord himself knows what he had detected in the thoughts of others. Yi Futian smiled and continued. This means that the Buddha Lord is free to say whatever he pleases, with no one the wiser. How dare you? Some Buddhist cultivator lashed out at him. He clasped his hands together, as the light of Buddha was shining all around him. A powerful oppressive force permeated and went straight for Yi Futian. A sharp aura flashed through the eyes of Tongshan Buddha Lord, directed pointing at Yi Futian. Who is the Buddha Lord that the likes of you dared to question him? A Buddhist cultivator took a step forward, and his body was shining with the brilliance of Vajra. Waves of domineering light of Buddha pressured Futian in the void. When Futian saw this, he merely glanced at the one who spoke, a coldness in his heart. Then, he took a step forward. With just one step, infinite golden light swept out, as well as a terrifying power of Buddhism that swooped down. The sound of Buddha lingered between heaven and earth as a monstrous light of Buddha was released, drowning this corner of the sky. The sound of Buddha that contained within the light of Buddha sounded like a powerful spell. Bang! Under this terrifying pressure, the cultivator who took a step further was knocked back immediately. He raised his head to glare at Futian in the void, and his expression was not pleasant. With such lowly cultivation, aren't you ashamed to parade like this in front of me? Futian chided loudly, like the sound of Buddha from the great path, resounding throughout the void. It was like a lion's roar or a glaring vajra. This loud boom deafened the eardrums of the other, and his body seemed on the verge of being shattered. The light of Buddha upon him was dispelled by that shock, and he stumbled a few steps backward. His expression changed rapidly to one of shock. However, at this moment, the light of Buddha was shining on Tongchan Buddha Lord, covering the surrounding area and protecting that cultivator within it. Your cultivation is lowly, and yet you are here mouthing off instead of working on your cultivation. Which great Buddha taught you that? Futian's eyes were full of contempt as they swept towards that Buddhist cultivator. The man had nothing to say. At this time, the aura in his body was still quite unsteady. Furthermore, Futian had suppressed him with a powerful Buddhist method, and he had no answer to that. I have cultivated Buddhism on the Spirit Mountain for decades and received many blessings of Buddhism. I have spent a lot of time studying the wonders of Buddhism with my being, and I still find it wanting. Now a mere Buddha Lord comes here and refuses to be questioned. How arrogant is that? Futian said coldly, it was based on my relationship with Buddhism that I address you as the Buddha Lord, strictly out of respect given to Buddhism. Otherwise, since when do you think it's your business to give me advice on what I should or should not do? Futian's speech was aggressive and unrelenting, a complete reversal from the humility he exhibited before. It seemed that at this time, these Buddhist cultivators finally realized that the young man who had gone to Spirit Mountain once upon a time to seek the way was now the world-renowned Lord and Master of Ziwei Segmentum. Chapter 2632, Tongchan's Malice. His trip to the Devil World and his meeting with Qingyao were all private matters. As the Palace Lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, Futian felt how he chose to conduct his business was of no concern to Tongchan Buddha Lord. Those Buddhist cultivators could only stare at Futian. This was the cultivator who had once defeated all the Buddhas. He had demonstrated superb talents while he was cultivating on the Spirit Mountain. He even received instructions from some Buddha lords who had passed on to him Buddha's celerity, one of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism. Later, they heard that Futian had become invincible in the land of the Divine Prefecture by virtue of Buddha's celerity, as no one could track or follow him. Buddha's celerity had become a trademark of Futian's and formed the basis he capitalized amply and freely. You cultivated methods of Buddhism and returned to the original realm, reigning over Ziwei Segmentum and lord over a territory you called your own. It seems that you have quite forgotten where you have gotten your ability and your roots. Next to him, Shinyan Buddha Lord commented nonchalantly, with the status you enjoy today, no wonder you are so puffed up. In the eyes of Shinyan Buddha Lord, Futian's achievement today and his ability to preserve himself was completely contributed to the methods of Buddhism he had cultivated. He even believed that everything Futian had was based on his foundation in Buddhism. Without Buddha's celerity, he had no way to establish himself. Puffed up? Oh, so they thought that he was full of himself. You speak as if the Spirit Mountain of Buddhism was your personal property, forgetting that you, too, are but one of the many cultivators who have gone to the mountain to seek the truth. Futian jeered with some sarcasm, then proceeded to ignore Shinyan Buddha Lord completely. Everyone was entitled to their view, and once they decided what that view was, it was not something that could be easily persuaded by others. This was especially true for people like Shinyan Buddha Lord. Since this was his view, there was no need for Futian to argue further with him. Having said that, He turned around and was ready to leave. Wait. Another indifferent voice spoke, stopping Yi Futian in his tracks. He then saw Tongchan Buddha Lord clasp his hands together, who continued, "What kind of agreement have you reached with the devil world and the dark court?" His voice couldn't be more indifferent or certain, as if he had already determined that this was the case. That Yi Futian and the cultivators of these two major worlds had reached some kind of consensus and were ready to join forces to fight against the divine prefecture. Once again, it's none of your business to interfere with what I choose to do. Yi Futian did not respond to them directly, or rather, he was too tired to respond to them, which accounted for his blunt reply. When he finished, all Yi Futian wanted to do was to turn around and leave, not wanting to engage Tongchan any longer. He knew that back then, out of the several Buddha lords, Tongchan Buddha Lord had always prejudiced against him. He had killed two powerful peers of Tongchan's, and both of them were close to him. Saint Jinshan and Lord Initial Zen also perished because of him. These people were all peers in the same generation. Today, every one of these people had fallen. Yet, not only did Yi Futian continue on without any mishaps, but he was getting even more powerful in the land of the original realm. Not even the joint forces of the 6 ancient god clans were able to take him down. With a history like this, one could only imagine the feelings that Tongchan Buddha Lord harbored for him. Preposterous. Tongchan Buddha Lord clasped his hands together, and the sound of Buddha lingered, resounding between heaven and earth. The sky above Yi Futian was overwhelmed by the sound of Buddha instantly. A terrifying aura descended and turned into a great path domain of Buddhism, which wrapped Yi Futian up within it. Yi Futian didn't immediately strike back. He assessed the surrounding situation, and his face wore a chilly expression as he looked at his opponent. Tongchan Buddha Lord had directly declared war against him. A supreme giant Buddha appeared, sheltering the sky and obscuring the sun. It had turned this corner of the sky into a realm of Buddhism, to trap Yi Futian in it. And Yi Futian did not evade this time with Buddha's celerity, but allowed the realm of the Great Path to appear and trap him within. This imagery further convinced those Buddhist cultivators of Yi Futian's hubris, and that he was indeed very puffed up. In the past, I did not think teaching you Buddhist methods was a good idea, but the other Buddhas were generous and merciful to allow you to cultivate. And now look what a madman you have become. The Buddhas passed the scriptures on to you and allowed you to cultivate on Spirit Mountain. Even the Buddha himself had vouched for you that you were predestined with Buddhism. But none of this is meant for you to be in cahoots with the devil world and the dark world, Tongchan Buddha Lord said as he glared at Yi Futian. His voice was solemn with the sound of Buddha lingering in the background. His whole body was protected by Vajra energy, as if he had transformed into an ancient Buddha, a Buddha in reality. If you are colluding with the devil world and the dark world, then, as a member of Buddhism, I have an obligation to clean up wayward disciples and make up for the mistakes made by Buddhism in the past. The voice of Tongchan Buddha Lord's words resounded throughout the space, and this horrific scene attracted cultivators in the distance. People continued to make their way over to this site, including the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture who had just received the news. What a justice fighter you fancied yourself to be! Yi Futian looked at Tongchan Buddha Lord and said sarcastically, "Rats like you are not worthy of calling themselves Buddha." When his voice faded, the light of Buddha, likewise, flared up brilliantly upon his body. Above the firmament, the light of Buddha flowed freely, as if gathering to form yet another giant Buddha. Suddenly, 2 gigantic Buddhas, each occupying a place, confronted each other without reservation, as both of them released infinite divine splendor. Buzz. With a turn of his mind, Tongchan Buddha Lord levitated as the light of Buddha circulated behind him, and massive and incomparable symbols of one appeared. Above the firmament, the hand of the giant Buddha struck Yi Futian, and it was a strike that contained countless symbols of one. These symbols rotated and intertwined into a massive divine seal in the symbol of Wan and slammed towards Yi Futian. Symbol of Wan. The symbol of Wan was one of the strongest Buddhist seals, aggressive and dominant. Its power differed based on each cultivator's own understanding. Yi Futian cast a glance in front of him. He clasped his hands together in like manner, just as the giant Buddha raised his hand to blast out the symbol of Wan. The two were facing one another without the least bit of hesitation. Two huge symbols of Wan collided together. For a while, the space seemed to be collapsing as a terrifying power swept across this corner of the sky. Even the realm of Buddhism was shattered. The extremely dazzling light of Buddha turned into a terrible storm that ravaged the space. Even the cultivators from faraway places were forced to look this way because they thought that the cultivators from the devil world had invaded again. Futian and Tongchan Buddha lords stood in the middle of the storm, and each failed to overpower the other. In this one symbol of Wan, they each had integrated their own comprehension, and it turned out that they were evenly matched. While exercising similar Buddhist methods, total victory was only possible unless they had an absolute advantage in strength. I have cultivated Buddhism for decades and far surpassed your cultivation for 1,000 years. In front of me, how dare you call yourself a Buddha? Futian looked at Tongchan Buddha Lord, and his words were cutting. Tongchan Buddha Lord had already indicted him on charges of colluding with the devil world and the dark world and against the allied forces of the divine prefecture. Now, he attacked in the name of eliminating the evil to defend righteousness. Under such circumstances, did he still need to maintain a semblance of courtesy with the others? As the storm dissipated, many cultivators appeared in the area around the two of them. Among them, there were many top figures from the divine prefecture. This war was driven mainly by the invasion of the devil world into the divine prefecture. Therefore, the cultivators from both the divine prefecture and the devil world were in the majority, with the most powerful castes. The other four realms were here for support originally, but as the war heated up, they, too, had gradually increased their forces. Futian, how could the cultivators from the divine prefecture not recognize who he was? The cultivators from Tianyin City had also arrived. Wang Xiao immediately zoomed in on Futian's whereabouts. In those golden eyes of his, monstrous fighting will suddenly burst out in an instant. How dare Futian appear in the divine prefecture? Chapter 26:33. Your blood will pave the way. Futian's attention also drifted towards Wang Xiao. After all these years, Wang Xiao's cultivation became more frightening than ever, as he had already survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Although many years had passed since the contest at Alchemy City, it was rare for Wang Xiao to break through after all these years. Moreover, the person he was at present was very different from who he once was. His entire body was radiant. It was as if he was draped in an armor of golden flames. Wang Xiao was much stronger than before and was no longer the same person that he was. What has he been through? Futian wondered, a little surprised. How did Wang Xiao manage to achieve such a massive change? Back then, Wang Xiao could not contend with him at all. However, today's Wang Xiao seemed to have caught up with him. Behind Wang Xiao was the city lord of Tianyin. His eyes were cold, and the murderous intent upon him was fierce than ever as he stared at Futian. Once upon a time, because Futian's power was enough to slaughter cultivators in the second tribulation plane, they had no choice but to retreat from the original realm. The 6 ancient god clans had failed in their joint efforts, and their defeat was a tremendous humiliation. However, today's Wang Xiao was no longer the Wang Xiao of yesteryear. He had even arranged so that after this war, he would pass the position of the city lord of Tianyin to Wang Xiao, and he would work behind the scene and manage everything for Wang Xiao. It was Tianyin City's greatest desire to give rise to a great emperor. By then, Tianyin City may become a force of its own and be able to stand alone. They would no longer be ruled by the divine prefecture, and they may even be able to go and sack the land of the original realm. Just because Donghuang the Great didn't make a move, it didn't mean that they wouldn't. Naturally, the premise of all this was because Tianyin City had Wang Xiao, who had the quality of becoming the next great emperor. Futian, you colluded with the devil world and the dark court, and you fought against the Buddha Lord from the world of Buddhism, who passed its methods to you. You are indeed an ingrate, the city lord of Tianyin admonished in a cold tone. How could he miss this rare opportunity to add more fuels to the fire? He would seize any opportunity to make Futian a bigger target, to alienate him from everyone else. He was once a cultivator from the divine prefecture, but now, not only has he betrayed the divine prefecture and lord over a domain of his own, he has even chased away cultivators of the divine prefecture from the land of the original realm. Before, everyone thought it was because of some deep-seated grievances he had with the divine prefecture, but now it seems that it is because he has colluded with the devil world and the dark world, another person added. Clearly, Yi Futian had offended many forces in the divine prefecture. Furthermore, he was getting too much attention, and many cultivators were aching to see some mishaps befall Yi Futian. Our Lord the Buddha was compassionate and taught him the way of Buddhism, but it is not meant for him to cause evil in this world. This is a sin, unfortunately, committed by Buddhism. A great Buddha clasped his hands together, and the light of Buddha gleamed upon him. This was also someone in the same camp as Tangshan Buddha Lord and was not so friendly to Yi Futian. Yi Futian stood there, dumbfounded. He was just passing through and came to check on the battlefield. He didn't expect that he would become a target of public hatred and that there were quite a lot of people who meant to do him harm. He glanced at the city lord of Tianyin, and there was a hint of contempt in his eyes. It was as if he loathed to lower himself to that level. It seems that Tianyin City has forgotten what happened in the past, Yi Futian said sarcastically. He continued, as for my relationship with the world of Buddhism, I have already explained it very clearly. In my cultivation of Buddhism, I have always respected its teaching. This is why I treated these people in front of me with courtesy. However, some of them, under the pretense of Buddhism, seek revenge on every little transgression without tolerance. Whenever they open their mouths, it is to condemn the others, which is contrary to the teachings of Buddhism. I don't think they are fit to be called Buddhas. If they don't focus their energies on cultivating Buddhism and concentrate on self-examination, I am afraid these are the ones who will fall into the evil way and create disasters for millenniums to come. Preposterous! Shinyan Buddha Lord lashed out coldly. More and more cultivators began to gather around, and Shinyan Buddha Lord said, "This man is so insolent and arrogant and disrespectful to boot. Now that he has colluded with the devil world and the dark world, shall we detain him here?" All the cultivators stared at Yi Futian. There were many top personalities in their presence today who were all powerful giants in their own right. With so many powerful existences, it was not impossible to detain Yi Futian. Moreover, Shinyan Buddha Lord was an expert in divine eyes. Even if Yi Futian wanted to escape by Buddha's celerity, it would not be an easy task. As it should be. The city lord of Tianyin was the first to respond. If we allow him to leave, he will certainly go to the devil world and the dark world and join hands with them. Given his ability, it will be yet another catastrophe waiting to happen. Although Tianyin City did not really think that Yi Futian would ally with the devil world, it did not mind so much to charge him with this imaginary crime. This way, Yi Futian would be forced to stand on the opposite side, and Donghuang Imperial Palace would certainly cease to accommodate him in Ziwei Segmentum. At that time, the Imperial Palace would have no choice but to make a move against him. Take me down? Yi Futian looked at those cultivators, then fixed his attention solely on the city lord of Tianyin. It seems that you have forgotten the lesson of yesteryears. Are you forfeiting Tianyin City? The expression on city lord of Tianyin's face changed slightly, and it wasn't a pretty look. Yi Futian simply looked at the others with a cold contempt before moving on to Shinyan Buddha Lord. I am blessed by Buddhism, and I will not be at odds with the Buddhist sect. But if you insist on having it out with me regarding our personal grievances, I don't mind going there with you. However, don't drag the others in this muddy water with you. I have no intention of getting involved in this war, nor am I interested in influencing the outcomes on the battlefield. When he finished speaking, he continued to levitate into the sky and appeared above the firmament. He lowered his head to survey all the cultivators beneath and said, "Those who want to kill me may come up and try it themselves, but don't instigate. There is even less need to use the war as an excuse. I have led the people in Ziwei to cultivate in the original realm, and we do not have an interest in this war one way or the other. You have continued to try to force me to choose a side. Why is that?" Wang Zhao's body soared into the air and went higher into the sky. There was plenty of fight will in his eyes as a terrifying aura swept out from his body, aiming towards Yi Futian. Wang Zhao had cast a divine body of his own and was invincible on the battlefield. Now that he had the chance to meet Yi Futian again on the battlefield, naturally, he would take this chance to engage him again. You couldn't do it back then, and it's the same now. If you don't use the imperial arms, you are no match for me. Yi Futian gave Wang Xiao a sideway glance and spoke coldly with some contempt. In today's situation, he didn't want to fight, but these people wouldn't give up. If so, he was curious to see who would really come and fight him. Really? Wang Zhao's eyes fixed on Yi Futian. But this time, it's different. After being defeated by Yi Futian several times, Wang Xiao had now regarded Yi Futian as his sworn enemy, the greatest enemy of his life. His biggest goal was to slay Yi Futian and use his blood to pave his way to becoming a great emperor himself. Yi Futian, undoubtedly, would be the greatest obstacle on this journey. He had refined his body by the power of Tianyin the Great and cast a divine body of his own, unparalleled to all. His body was invincible, and even without the imperial arms, under the great emperor, there were not many in the world who could beat him. It's not different. Yi Futian said nonchalantly, a loser will never be able to reverse his predicament. Wouldn't he? Wang Xiao thought. The divine body of Wang Xiao dazzled, and the light illuminated the sky with blinding radiance, as a terrifying aura enshrouded the boundless space. He stared at Yi Futian and said aggressively, I will use your blood to pave my way to my kingdom as a great emperor. Yi Futian's eyes were still indifferent when he heard Wang Zhao's words. He knew that Wang Xiao had deemed him an opponent that he must defeat in this lifetime no matter what, and the two were enemies forever. However, for Yi Futian, perhaps only Donghuang Diyuan had the qualifications to be his true contender and to be considered a sworn enemy. Wang Xiao was not worthy. On the contrary, I have never regarded you as a serious opponent. On the path to becoming a great emperor, you are not even a stumbling block to me. Your presence is entirely superfluous. Yi Futian spoke indifferently, and his calm tone was full of contempt. His attitude only made Wang Xiao more obstinate. If he didn't defeat Yi Futian, he was afraid that he would never become a great emperor in this lifetime. Yi Futian had already become Wang Zhao's biggest mental block. When the city lord of Tianyin heard Yi Futian's words, his face sunk, and he became incredibly gloomy. Yi Futian's arrogant words were a deliberate attempt to undermine Wang Xiao psychologically, to cast a shadow of doubt in Wang Zhao's psyche. In this battle, he hoped Wang Xiao could wash away the shame of the past once and for all. Over the years, especially with the great emperor's help in his cultivation, Wang Xiao had completely transformed. Only he knew how much progress Wang Xiao had made and what his true strength was like. He was almost catching up to the city lord himself. Precisely because of this, he had wanted to hand over the position of the city lord to Wang Xiao and let him rule Tianyin City. He would shoulder the mission of Tianyin City, pursue the path of supremacy, and restore the glory of Tianyin City as in the days of yore. How could this world refuse the birth of a great emperor in armoring? Bang! Wang Xiao stepped forward as the divine light erupted from him. Even the space was shaken when he moved. A terrifying aura of the great path swept out and pounced on Yi Futian. The ensuing burning and domineering storm made Yi Futian realize that Wang Xiao was indeed no longer what he was once. Compared to before, he was much stronger than he was in the past. What had Wang Xiao experienced? You had comprehended the physical body of Shunjia, the great emperor, and made a powerful body for yourself. Now, I, too, have cast a divine body. So let's see how strong is your body of the great path, Wang Xiao said proudly. Above his divine body, a horrific aura exploded under the unwavering attention of so many cultivators around them. Wang Zhao's physical body did give them an overwhelming sense of strength. As you wish, Yi Futian responded casually. As soon as his voice fell, the divine light of the great path circled all around him, and it was blindingly brilliant. Buzz! Wang Xiao disappeared. His divine body with its golden armor arrived instantly in front of Yi Futian, as his fist dealt a blow at the same time. A terrifying stream of hot air swallowed up this space and overwhelmed Yi Futian, zooming in for the kill. That blow caused a golden streamer of flame to appear in the void. Yi Futian's eyes were frightening. When he saw the incoming attack, he raised his hand threw out a palm print. On this great palm print, there was a symbol of Wan with horrific light of Buddha circling around it. When it slammed down, it seemed to cover the entire sky, accompanied by a power of Een that froze the space. The two attacks collided, and an aura of horror burst into this space. A storm of destruction materialized around them, but neither backed away from this confrontation. The strength of their physique was unimaginably powerful. When Yi Futian's great palm print landed on the opponent's attack, it seemed to have a blast on an indestructible divine arms. Wang Zhao's body appeared to be more than just pure flesh, but an extension of a divine arms. His body had been tempered, just like how a divine arm was made. Was this why Wang Zhao dared to proclaim that he had already cast a divine body of his own? But what price did Wang Zhao have to pay for a divine body cast in this way? Chapter 26:34. You don't qualify. The road of cultivation could not be accomplished overnight. Wang Zhao managed to complete this journey in a great leap, which far surpassed the leap what his natural ability could achieve. He cast a divine body that was comparable to divine arms. It was not difficult to imagine that Wang Zhao must have paid a great price for it. Even so, Yi Futian's divine body was not to be underestimated. Even if Wang Zhao was as powerful as he was now, Yi Futian had no qualm facing his attacks head-on again and again, as palm strikes and fist blows continued to collide. Those cultivators watching the battlefield saw that these two had collided numerous times in just a short period. Every time they collided, there was a violent outburst of sound, and an astonishing storm was forming. At this time, the vast space was filled with a suffocating pressure, as if the space was about to collapse. Especially in the center of the battlefield, that aura of destruction was even more frightening. The symbol of Wan. Cultivators from the Buddhist sect watched Yi Futian's attacks closely and saw that this palm strike was derived from the symbol of Wan. Every attack contained the monstrous power of Buddhism, which suppressed all evil demons. What was more terrifying was that this symbol of Wan seemed to have undergone a transformation through Yi Futian, who had incorporated his abilities within. When the palm strikes blasted out, the sound of Buddha lingered like the Buddhist mantras of truth, which further enhanced its boundless prowess of Buddhism. In addition, with every release of the symbol of Wan, they could feel a terrifying chill that was enough to freeze this space, their spiritual souls, and invade Wang Zhao's body. Look, that space seems to be on the verge of being frozen and solidified. If it weren't for the golden divine flames contained in Wang Zhao's divine body, he probably would have been shut down by now. Some cultivators marveled as they watched what took place on the battlefield. Yi Futian had indeed grown stronger. Though the collisions between the two did not spread to a wide radius on account that these two had controlled their power with immaculate precision, everyone watching could feel the true prowess behind their attacks. The one who looked the worst was the city lord of Tianyan. He knew very well the terrifying power Wang Zhao possessed in close-quarter combat, so much so that even he was reluctant to engage him directly. But still, Wang Zhao was suppressed completely. At this time, another violent, loud bang was heard, and Wang Zhao's body was repelled by this attack. His eye never left Yi Futian, who was ahead. Although he was suppressed, his body was now indestructible and invincible. His body and spiritual soul had been transformed so that even if they were invaded by the power of the great path contained in Yi Futian's palm strike, he remained unharmed. This was the reason why he dared to fight with Yi Futian without the imperial arms, and the city lord of Tianyan did not stop him. Now, Wang Zhao was an existence that could not be killed. Boom! A terrifying storm erupted from Wang Zhao, and a terrifying vision appeared behind him. It was a divine matrix, born from the divine wheel of the great path, which refined the way between heaven and earth. This divine matrix directly merged into Wang Zhao's body, and in an instant, his body transformed into a matrix, refining this corner of the world. His entire body was filled with unparalleled power. He clenched both of his fists and continued to stare at Yi Futian's figure just ahead. Buzz! A powerful and menacing wave of the great path swept out as Wang Zhao stepped into the void. He disappeared right from where he was. He turned into terrific lightning that blasted towards Yi Futian. When both of his fists blasted out, a series of horrific shock waves were unleashed that seemed to shatter the bodies and spiritual souls of anyone around it. Its supreme force only accentuated Wang Zhao's status. He descended to the earth like a deity that could not be denied. But at almost the same moment, Yi Futian made his move as well. The surrounding world turned into the domain of Buddhism. Behind him, a humongous image of Buddha appeared, which resonated with all the surrounding Buddhas. At the same time, a great palm strike slammed down as the giant Buddha in the sky above Yi Futian also blasted out a boundless symbol of Wan. The symbol of Wan, once unleashed, covered the sky and the sun completely. When it slammed forward, there appeared a space that seemed to be hidden within. Wang Xiao felt that he had somehow fallen into that space inside the symbol of Wan. In this world, all he could see were endless runes in the shape of the symbol, and every one of these runes had now turned into a most aggressive attack. Clang! With a loud sound, both of Wang Xiao's fists dealt heavy attacks, which smashed countless symbols of Wan. However, that one massive and boundless symbol of Wan descended directly in front of Wang Xiao. His fists slammed onto it, but he was unable to shatter it. Instead, he was the one being blasted down below. Everyone looked up into the sky, and their hearts trembled. Wang Xiao seemed to be mired in this, as he was suppressed and slammed down. Back off. All these cultivators couldn't move fast enough as they vacated the space below the battlefield one after another. Boom! A great sound came out that was enough to shake the sky. The symbol of Wan blasted on the ground, and the ground opened up with infinite cracks. These cracks continued to spread outward into the distance. When this terrifying attack dissipated, a gigantic symbol of Wan was etched on the ground. From inside, a figure walked out, and it was Wang Xiao. He continued to levitate into the air until he came to the place opposite Yi Futian. His eyes were icy, and his breath was shallow, but he was not seriously injured. With such violent attacks upon his body, he emerged without any damage. What kind of body is this? Yi Futian couldn't help but wonder. Indeed, Wang Xiao was different. He must have experienced something truly extraordinary, or else this state would not be possible. Even Donghuang Diyuan, if she were to be hit by the attack of the symbol of Wan, could not possibly bear it quite as well as Wang Xiao. The divine body I cast is indestructible and invincible, Wang Xiao said as he fixed his eyes on Yi Futian. His tone was cold as his eyes emitted golden flames. He possessed such an immortal divine body and was bound to walk over Yi Futian's dead body sooner or later. Between heaven and earth, the Buddhas resonated, and the Buddhist mantra of the Great Path resounded through the void. Yi Futian stared back at Wang Xiao and unleashed yet another palm strike. Suddenly, all the symbols of Wan slammed down to the space below again. Bang! An overbearing Buddhist seal smashed down without any hesitation and once again blasted Wang Xiao to the ground. The Buddhist seal created yet another giant crater on the ground. When all the cultivators saw how the battle had evolved, they felt quite disturbed as well. Yi Futian's attack was too aggressive and domineering. Wang Xiao may be a natural-born talent who had transformed with the divine body, but he was crushed by Yi Futian all the same. He was not his equal at all. However, this divine body was terrifying enough in itself. Even those extremely tyrannical attacks from Yi Futian could not demolish him. It was indeed a divine body of immortality. Wang Xiao, the city lord of Tianyan, had a terrible look on his face as he witnessed what had transpired. Had Yi Futian grown this powerful already? His attack was overbearing to the point of crushing Wang Xiao's attacks. At this point, Yi Futian frowned as well. He stared at Wang Xiao below and wondered, could he really not kill him? What exactly did Wang Xiao experience? At this time, heaven and earth changed drastically as a terrifying domain of the Great Path appeared. The city lord of Tianyan appeared somewhere to imprison this area inside the Great Path domain. It seemed that he did not want Yi Futian to leave. He was not the only one. In fact, many cultivators were standing in all directions, and these were giants from everywhere. Many of them harbored a great hostility towards him and wanted to detain him more than anything. Wang Xiao, take the imperial arms and end him now, said the city lord of Tianyan. He knew that Wang Xiao had a mental block where Yi Futian was concerned, so he hoped that Wang Xiao would kill Yi Futian himself. His original intention was for Wang Xiao to kill Yi Futian and lay all his demons to rest. This way, hopefully, Wang Xiao's mental barrier could be removed, and he could then step over Yi Futian's dead body as he marched on the path to become a great emperor. But he discovered that even after Wang Zhao's transformation, he was still no match to Yi Futian. Wang Xiao regarded Yi Futian as his mortal enemy, but in Yi Futian's eyes, Wang Xiao didn't even exist. The repeated blows would perhaps become a nightmare from which Wang Xiao could never wake. Now, he just wanted Wang Xiao to use the Imperial Arms and kill Yi Futian right here in order to nip any potential future troubles. Take the Imperial Arms and end Yi Futian? Wang Xiao looked at the figure in the sky above. This was not what he wanted. However, with his strength, it seemed that the cultivator in front of him would be a forever hurdle that he could never step over. Even after being baptized by a great emperor, the result was still the same. How could it be? He made every effort and paid a huge price, but the outcome remained the same, and nothing had really changed. He just couldn't defeat Yi Futian. So, he was destined not to be able to defeat Yi Futian with his power except to rely on the Imperial Arms. Wang Xiao just couldn't let that slide. If he couldn't get rid of Yi Futian, how could he get rid of the barrier inside his mind? And how would he even begin to step onto the road of becoming a great emperor? If he couldn't be truly invincible in the world and have the monopoly of the title the Unraveled, what would qualify him to become a great emperor? Yi Futian looked at Wang Xiao below. He knew that it was not likely for him to kill Wang Xiao. The surrounding area was lined with cultivators, and Yi Futian couldn't be more clear on what they were thinking. He surveyed the area below and said indifferently, "Even if you had achieved this physical body by a special method, your essence has not changed. You will not surpass me in this lifetime. Every day that I lived and breathed is a day that you will be underneath me. As long as I am around, you'll never come out on top. The so-called unraveled is but a joke. You are not qualified to be on your way to become the great emperor." "Kill him," the city lord of Tianyan said loudly when they saw that Yi Futian was still waging psychological warfare on Wang Zhao's fragile state of mind. He just wanted Wang Xiao to use the Imperial Arms and kill Yi Futian once and for all. At this moment, a terrifying aura came from the distance, causing everyone to look yonder. They frowned slightly. It seemed that someone from the other side had arrived. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.